What's up, friends? My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. Thanks for joining the pain session. We're gonna be making these, and by we I mean me, little JST 1.0 to JST 2.0 adapters here tonight on Whoop Wednesday, because this is the only way that I'm gonna be able to do the motor testing. I did this one last week, and it took like an hour. So hopefully things speed up a little bit. One of the biggest problems is that the female side here is not silicone wire, which is super annoying. But other than that, I mean, it's just really fiddly and really small. So I'm gonna try to fend off freaking out for as long as possible. And we're gonna get as many of these done as we can. Send me that positive energy, because I'm gonna need it, goddammit. In the chat, FinFPV, BH, License to Drive, Tuner Taxi FPV, Richard, Alpha Sloth, Beep Tube, FPV Trucker, Brandon Bentley, Northern Tier FPV, Frank Nicholas, Late Night Scope, BH Hitting, Beep Tube, Orga, Dan Richmond, Imp FPV, Spudnik, Tiago Ramos, Orga, and License to Drive. What's up, friends? Tuner Taxi says, can we talk about Shark Bite a little bit tonight? I have it. I love it, but looking for good night flying settings. I don't know anything about it yet, Tuner Taxi. I've prioritized this Tiny Whoop testing for Whoop Wednesdays here. I didn't think it was going to take this long. As soon as this is done, we're going to go into the CineWhoop, and I'm going to tear down my CineWhoop that's on the 2204 FPV cycle motors and put the Shark Bite into it. But I've never used Shark Bite before, so I unfortunately can't really help at all. What I can say from a photography standpoint, having done that for the last damn near 20 years, is that one of the things that you can do to improve night settings on any camera is to force it into black and white. Think of it this way. When it's color, it's got to pick up red, green, and blue, RGB, and then those are the three colors. If you force it into black and white mode, it takes the red, the blue, and the green, and it smashes them together into white, and you'll get better low light performance. Most cameras actually do that automatically nowadays, but it's something that a lot of times you can force, and it might help out a little bit. So yeah, give that a shot. Maybe that'll help. And then at some point here, yeah, that Shark Bite will be going into that CineWhoop. I hope this is public. I don't know where I read this. I'm assuming it's public, but Shark Bite is going to be coming out with, and it's probably already done in testing or whatever, a 30x30 VTX, which is a really big deal for me because in the glide frames, the only like extra space really is the 30x30 space dead center above the ESC. So when that 30x30 Shark Bite VTX comes out, I'll definitely be getting one to put into the glide, because at the moment there's no good way to put Shark Bite into a glide. If you buy the 20x20, well, so the AIO 26x26 VTX, Shark Bite VTX, won't fit the glide, like period. It just won't fit anywhere on it. The 20x20 VTX technically will fit in the rear of the glide, but you have to mount the damn thing sideways, and I don't want to do that. But either side of the VTX are like kind of hanging out there in the middle of nowhere. Also, that 20x20 VTX has pins. There's two PCBs, and the two PCBs are pinned together. And in a rig like the Glide that's going to get crashed hard, there's just no chance that that's not going to explode within the first couple of hard hits. Also, a lot of the racers that have tried out Shark Bite have moved away from it because the 20x20 ESC blows up, because the pins between the PCBs are, yeah. For the record, any electronics that you're about to buy, if they have pins to pin that PCB to any other PCB, run away. Run far away, run fast, run immediately. Pinning PCBs together, unless it's going to be a rig that doesn't ever get crashed. I mean, the CineWhoop will get crashed, but not really hard, right? Like, CineWhoops only ever go like 10 or maybe 15 miles an hour. So in theory, on the CineWhoop, that 20x20 pinned VTX might hold up for a little while. But yeah, any electronics in this hobby that are pinned together, the other thing to remember is that the manufacturer of those electronics, they have not really tested that. Because if they have tested it, and if they did have a tester that actually flies somewhat hard and crashes, they would find out how unreliable it is. So that's kind of another reason to sort of run far away. HGLRC is the manufacturer that really comes to mind. The horrible experiences that many of us had with HGLRC was because they continued to build electronics that were pinned together. And they just continued to fail. I mean, with those guys, a lot of their stuff was failing right like from the first time you put power to it. But then if you did manage to get it up in the air, it would explode on the first or second crash because, yeah, you just can't pin boards together. You just can't do it. So, yeah, there you go. FPV Trucker saying, hey, BeepTube saying, set CiottiFPV _stream equals build. Tiago Ramos says 24-hour streams to make the adapters. Oh god, I wouldn't survive that 24-hour stream. You guys would get to watch man die live on YouTube. License to Drive says the pain of making the cables is totally worth it when you start using them. Here's the problem, License to Drive. I'm only going to use these goddamn adapters during the testing. Once the testing is over and I decide this is the set of motors that I want, I'll probably be lazy and continue using these adapters for a little bit, but then eventually I will direct solder those motors because I'm afraid that there's going to be a little bit of a performance loss from having not one, but two motor connectors. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm doing this for you guys. I'm doing it for myself. I do everything for myself. But yeah, I without this stream and without you guys being very interested in the results, I would be much less motivated to spend this much time dealing with this. But we need the testing. We don't need it. I want to give the world the testing. There we go. Brandon Bentley says, I'd use the liquid electrical tape or welders instead of the heat shrink for this tiny solder work. That's not a terrible idea, although I'm not really concerned about that part of it. I mean, that's kind of the easy part. But yeah, I mean, I could totally do that. I mean, these little guys, they're really not going to get pulled on. They're gonna be kind of tucked up and away, so yeah, I hadn't thought about that because I'm not concerned at all about like the durability of this little joint. My main concern is just the annoyance of making them. Dan Richmond says, when I upgraded my Babula 7 from two 1S batteries to one XT32S batteries, it was the best thing I did to it. Little word of warning. I think it's the Happy model. No, it's an Emax rig. There's an Emax rig right now. It might be a Happy. There's either a Happy model or an Emax rig that comes with PH 2.0, and if you upgrade it to XT30, it blows the board up. So be careful, guys. If the reason that I don't upgrade to XT30 is because it's heavier. It's quite a bit heavier actually, and none of my batteries have none of my 1S or 2S batteries have XT30 on them. I don't really have any 2S batteries at the moment. But be a little careful. Be a little careful with that. It sounds like you're fine, Dan, which is awesome. But for anybody else that's thinking about doing it, yeah, just be careful. Do a little bit of research before you go down that road. Because blowing up AIOs sucks and it's kind of expensive. And unfortunately, like if you do that and the AIO blows up, you got to go back, right? Like you got to go back to the PH 2.0 to prevent the next board from blowing up. And I guess at that point you could look for another AIO that maybe doesn't blow up. But I'm actually fine with these PH 1.0s. With the Newbie Drone Nitro Nectar Golds 300 mAh and the 25,000 kV motors on the 65 mil whoop, and then the 1102 19,000s on the 75 millimeter whoop, it's fine. And like, yeah, trying to switch the batteries off of PH 2.0 onto XT30, ugh, what a nightmare. And the Newbie Drone Gold batteries are just so good that it's kind of like, well, I don't love this, but yeah, it's kind of the, whatever. No wrong answers. License to Drive says, get someone to print some of these in TPU to stop crap getting into the upgrade socket of the SharkBite VTX. Upgrade socket. Is there an upgrade socket? Oh my god. If it's a... oh yeah, I do know what the upgrade socket looks like. You know what I usually do, License, which is like super simple? I have a million... Well, also, I bought a kit. You guys have seen it. I bought a kit of the plug headers. What I do is I took a bunch of those plug headers. I took like a 2-port, a 3-port, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I just took a little bit of welders, and I just sacrificed those connectors, and I put a bead of welders to close up the holes. And then whenever I have an opened, if I ever have an opened port, I'll just take one of those little connectors and just stick it in there to do the exact same thing. But that's super cool that License has a 3D print file. Those of you that have 3D printers, you can fire one of those up and not get crap in your empty whatever the hell the name of those ports are. BeepTube says, finally got my SharkBite toothpick working well. Replaced the AIO. Might go break it in on the Freedom Hills race this weekend. Very cool, BeepTube. Have a blast there, man. Don't get COVID though. Be careful. Jackalope says, all jacked up on Mountain Dew. DQ said, quoting Talladega Nights. DQ says, I wonder what the electrical engineer at FS are thinking with Fat Shark are thinking with SharkBite. Weird ass mounting dimensions, questionable layout, sketchy outdated hardware. DQ, I can almost guarantee you what it was is, holy shit, get something out so that we can somewhat compete with DJI. It really seems like SharkBite was just like, oh my god, somebody beat us to it. If we don't put something out right now, we're screwed. And like, I don't know, SharkBite's been really good to us, the FPV community, right? So I'm willing to give them a hell of a pass on SharkBite. Because they're trying, right? Like they're trying, and that's pretty cool that they were willing to do that, because I'll bet you that they're not making any money on SharkBite, right? Like, I can't possibly imagine that their R&D costs are, you know what I'm saying? So I commend them for getting something out. I mean, that's scary for them, right? I mean, like, when DJI put that shit out, like, that must have put the fear of God into Fat Shark, because that could be the end for them, right? Like, I don't recommend anybody, I specifically, whenever anybody asks about goggles, my recommendation is buy used Fat Sharks. If we all start buying used Fat Sharks, they go away. And then we're forced, you know? So, like, I don't know. I try to be as sort of pragmatic, maybe you could say, as possible. And they got something out, right? Like, a year prior to them getting something out, Joshua Bardwell said, there's no way that this will ever happen, you know? And he's a pretty smart guy, right? Arguably one of the smartest that we have access to in this hobby. So I think it's pretty unbelievable that Fat Shark got anything into our hands. And I'm sure that they're absolutely, I mean, they're fighting for their lives, right? Like, they're literally fighting for the life of that company, trying to get stuff out. And they're up against a behemoth, right? So it's like, I think we're pretty lucky that they didn't just say to hell with it. And that might be the, and how the hell, I mean, how the hell are they going to survive, right? Like, I hope to God that they survive. I really do. They're a wonderful company. If you haven't seen the interviews that Joshua has done with them, look them up. They're great guys. And they've been with us for a long time, you know? But, whew. What are they, I mean, the deck is stacked against them. Turbo Shield time. This is my full-time gig. If you'd like me to keep going, I need your help. Head on over to CiottiFPV.com, click some buttons, and that'll help. There's some buttons down here that'll help. Thumbs up, subscribe, click the bell, leave a comment after the videos. That stuff helps YouTube's algorithm to hopefully show these live streams to more people so that we can just keep the learning, keep the good info getting out there into the universe. Over on CiottiFPV.com, there's more direct ways that you can support me. There are still free ways. I have a whole bunch of affiliate links there. If you or anybody that you know is ever doing an order on Amazon, God's website, FPV Crate, FPV Cycle, Get FPV, and a bunch of others, all you or those people have to do is click my affiliate link before they get to the shopping cart, and I will get 1 to 6% of that order. Some of you awesome folks have taken my affiliate links and replaced your bookmarks with them. So yeah, if you know somebody that does orders on Amazon, which I guess is everybody, and you can like hack their mainframe real quick and jump on their computer, and you see that they have an Amazon bookmark, you know, technically, you could replace their Amazon bookmark. You could just real quick go to CiottiFPV and right-click on the Amazon affiliate link and replace their bookmark with mine. And every time they click that bookmark, it would take them to a very strange, I think it's like a Crossfire Nano. Every time they click that bookmark, it'll take them to a Crossfire Nano, but it'll also drop my my affiliate code into their shopping cart, and then I will get, with Amazon, it's about 1% typically. But yeah, if you guys want a free way to directly support me, the affiliate links are a really good way to do that. There are more direct ways if you're willing to spend a couple of your hard-earned dollars. You can join the Patreon page. There's a ton of perks to doing that. You'll get email notifications every time I stream. I do stream for every single day for patrons. After this stream, we're going to stream here publicly for about an hour or so usually, and then we're going to go to like an after-party stream basically for patrons. So it's a way to get another hour or two of content every day. Also, I do audio versions of all the really good like info-packed streams, so you can listen to them, just audio only. There are a bunch of giveaways going on. There's a Discord page. There's all kinds of good stuff over on the Patreon. You can join it for as little as $3 a month. That's 10 whole cents a day. You can do it. I know you can. Patreon is the closest thing to a paycheck that I've got. It's really the thing that keeps the lights on, quite literally, in this place. There's also a Teespring store with some really cool t-shirts and mugs and sweatshirts. And there's an Etsy store with some pretty cool stickers, including this one with Clam Man. And since we all need the reminder... 諦めんなよ! 諦めんなお前! どうしてそこでやめるんだそこで! もう少し頑張ってみろよ! ダメダメダメ目諦めたら! 周りのことを思うよ! 応援してる人たちのことを思ってみろって! あともうちょっとのところなんだから! 俺だってこのマイナス10度のところしじみが取れるって頑張ってんだよ! 絶対やってみろ! 必ず目標達成できる! だからこそネバギブアップ! Here's what the Etsy store looks like. Look at all these beautiful stickers, and then there's a whole bunch of random hardware and stuff that you might need. Jump on over and check it out. I've also got a Fiverr page where I'm offering flight instruction, help with tuning, help speccing out your builds, and video editing as well. The thing that I'm most interested in, though, is the flight instruction. The prices are cut in half right now. It's $20 for a half an hour, $40 for an hour. If you like the way that I fly and you would like to get a bunch of, you know, distilled down knowledge from someone that's been really working hard flying his ass off for over 4 years, it's a really good way. If your growth as a pilot has been like this, and maybe it's starting to do this, having somebody help you out that has a lot of experience as a coach and an instructor and is a pretty decent pilot is going to help you kind of do that. So you can keep pounding your head into it, or you can spend a couple dollars and get yourself off that plateau, or just, you know, learn a bunch of stuff. And there's some other things going on over there as well. So click some buttons, it'll help me out, and I can bring you along with me on this crazy journey that we've been on together so far. Really, YouTube? There we go. So let me get caught up on chat, and then I will start suffering. Brandon Bentley says, dude, I think my buddy did that on his Tiny Hawk. He put XT30 and it broke. Yeah, it's it's something new. It's not the Tiny Hawk. It wouldn't surprise me if it happens to a lot of these rigs. But yeah, you always gotta kind of look at the whole system, and like when you remove resistance from the system, if the whole system was already like being stressed to its limit, and it sounds crazy, right? It's like, well, how the hell would switching a connector blow up my AIO? Well, yeah, I mean, resistance is resistance. Like, if the resistance is being provided by a resistor, I mean, that's great. And then you remove the resistor or the capacitor or whatever it may be, and it blows up. It's kind of like, oh yeah, well, that makes sense. It's important to understand, right, though, that the resistance can come from anywhere. It can come from shitty solder joints. It can come from shitty motors. It can come from shitty connectors. So you got to be careful when you're doing stuff like that. You should be fine, right? Should. But what I think that we can forget pretty easily, because our electronics are getting a lot better, what I think it's easy to forget is that our electronics are still pretty shitty, right? Like, we demand very, very, very low prices with everything that we buy, and you get what you pay for. So by us demanding those low prices and you know, putting our dollars behind the products that are the least expensive, the manufacturers have no choice. They have to cut corners to keep the costs down. And yeah, we got to kind of remember that. And like, as much as I love to hop everything up and to improve everything, there is something to be said sometimes for kind of leaving stuff alone, which I know is heresy, but yeah, annoying, but sort of just the situation that we're in. BeepTube is 50% vaccinated, still social distance. I think I'll be okay. Awesome, brother. 05 Alabama FPV says, hello. DQ says, I agree with you. Tuner Taxi says, best thing about SharkBite is it doesn't blast my friends out of the air. Ooh, that's interesting. I hadn't really looked too much into that. Does it not overlap at all with analog? If so, that's a pretty goddamn big deal. I've been having a really rough, man, I typically don't fly with other people, but I have been flying with other people a lot more recently. And I've been having a really, really, really tough time flying with people that are on DJI. I'm just getting like nasty interference all over the place. And yeah, I mean, we're like well separated on channels, and like we're standing far away. We're doing all the things that we should be doing. But without fail, every single time recently that I've flown with people that are on DJI, it has been a nightmare. And it's every time I've also gotten so frustrated by it that I've just packed up and gone home. So yeah, if SharkBite doesn't bleed over at all, that's a really, really, really big deal. I did not know that. Drone Pilot in the house. Orga A says, Bruce is about to make a video about DJI and digital tech. He answered me in the comments saying he will also talk about SharkBite and the difference. Some aspects SharkBite is superior, apparently. Very cool. Very, very cool. William Loesch says, where can I buy a mount that will work for the VTX antenna on my FPV Cycle Glide? I don't know where you can buy one, William, but you can certainly print one. There's one on Thingiverse that I really like, and it is right here. Here's the link to it over on Thingiverse. There are people in the chat that do have 3D printers if you do not. So if you don't have a buddy or somebody, you know, that's got a 3D printer near you or in your life, you can probably sweet talk somebody in the chat into hooking you up for a couple dollars and making that for you. That's the one right there that it's not the exact one that I use, but it's pretty identical to the one that I use. And it allows you to run a UFL antenna direct from your VTX, which saves you about 10 grams over using a UFL to SMA and then an SMA antenna. And I've found it actually to be more durable. The UFL to SMA wires, where the wire meets the SMA plug, sucks and it breaks. Whereas just running a straight UFL antenna, if you do it the way that I do, which I've shown on a ton of the live streams, which is basically you use that 3D printed piece that has like a cup on the end, the UFL goes into that cup, you put a piece of shrink wrap to pull that cup down on the UFL, and then you put a zip tie on top of that whole thing, and that further grabs that TPU cup onto the UFL. If you do that, that is the most, it's the lightest weight. It's crazy, right? Because it's the absolute lightest weight option, but it's also the most durable option to run an antenna that I've found in 4+ years of doing this. So I'm a big fan of that. Robert Davis with a $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. He says, let's go to the race this weekend. Jawsy style means jackets and Iron Maiden badges. Robert, if it was any other weekend, I would probably be down. But it's my birthday this Saturday, and I'm turning 40. So yeah, I can't just, it just wouldn't be right to ditch out on my wife to go to an FPV event up in, and also I'm still very worried about the virus and stuff. And I just, yeah, I don't have health insurance. I'm not vaccinated. And I've gone this long without getting this shit. So it's just kind of like, well, I've gone this far. It's my birthday weekend, right? There's like all these reasons for me to not go. And I can't just be, you know, a 16-year-old and just say, yeah, fuck the world. It's going to be fine. Because I got to keep, you know, bringing you guys good content. What would you guys do without me, right? You'd be fine. Frank Nicholas dropping the link to my website. Thanks, dude. FPV Trucker says, got to fly some packs of my Acrobat with the Xnova 1804s. Those things are smooth. Thanks for the recommendation. You're certainly welcome, FPV Trucker. Did you notice the throttle, how accurate the throttle is with them? If not, start flying really low to the ground and you'll really notice it. When you fly really low to the ground, that's a really easy way to work on your throttle sensitivity and your throttle control. And a properly spec'd out motor that has enough stator width to provide you good response time makes flying really low to the ground a lot easier, and in some cases possible. Like a lot of these old motor and prop combos that we used to run, like 1106s on a 3-inch prop, the response time is so bad that you just can't fly low to the ground. If you try to fly low to the ground, the throttle has so much delay that you just hit the ground. Like you don't have enough of a response time to keep the damn thing from smacking into the ground. So a properly spec'd out motor like the 1804s on like a T-Motor 3140 prop, for example, will allow you to slam down on the deck and just scrape like an inch off the ground for, you know, 1,000 feet straight, in the same way that you can do that on a 5-inch rig. That was something that always really impressed me when I switched over from micros to 5-inch, is that ability to really fly low to the ground, which was something that I'd been doing a lot with micros because I used it as a way to provide more of a sense of speed, right? The one thing that micros can't do is cover ground like a 5-inch. They never will. It's just an inherent problem to when you shrink stuff down like that. So like what would happen when I would fly micros in like a bigger spot is I would get like hung up between subjects, right? I would find like a cool tree in a parking lot and I would do a bunch of shit around that tree that would be super cool. And then it's like, okay, I've spent like 30 seconds on this tree. I can't expect anybody to look at me flipping and flopping around this tree anymore. I got to find another object to go fly around. And it's like, oh shit, well, this other object is 200 feet away. So if I just flew a straight line, you know, or just did flops all over the air to get from point A to point B, it wasn't as impressive as just dropping down an inch off the ground and having the concrete whizzing by you and being like, oh, damn, that's super cool on your way to that next sort of object. So, yeah. That's a good rant there. Haveboard says, wasn't it partly by Fat Shark's own hand by not really pushing the needle? I wouldn't say so, Haveboard. I would say more that they couldn't push the needle because they don't have $11 billion at their disposal, right? I feel like I could totally be wrong, but I don't think I am, because there were people like Joshua Bardwell saying it ain't possible, and it ain't possible to make it cheap. And Fat Shark couldn't buy 10,000 of what it feels to me like there's a couple components required to be able to do it that are expensive, right? And so for Fat Shark, they're never going to be able to buy 10,000 of those components, whereas DJI can. So that's what it feels like to me. I could be dead ass wrong. I'm wrong all the time. We all are. Hate to break it to you if you guys didn't know that, but luckily it's okay. It's okay to be wrong. It's what separates us from the cyborgs. And if you're a cyborg, get out. You're not allowed. Okay, the cyborg left. Now we're good. It's just us, humans. Brandon Bentley says, it's the nut grabber. I bought it. What did you buy? What? I'm confused, Brandon. Drone Pilot says, I purchased the Fat Shark Attitude V5s, and I really like the gear, but digital, man. DJI and TBS Fusion module gives me both with better vision and analog than my Fat Sharks. Yeah, it certainly will. Man, I am hoping, I am crossing my fingers though that that Fat Shark can get going, and because I mean, on top of everything else, I would much rather support Fat Shark than DJI, right? Maybe that just makes me a tree-hugging, small business supporting hippie, but I'm okay with that. I'm cool being a hippie, man. It's a good good way to live, rather. Drone Pilot says, I have your NASA sticker here. Well, Clamman and I think all your stickers, lol. I missed that NASA sticker, man. Next time that Sticker Mule does a holographic super deal of the day, I think I'm going to get more of those NASA stickers, because I do have now a whole bunch of the holographic logo stickers. These ones. I got a couple hundred of these. And yeah, I want those NASA stickers back again. They were super cool. It was a really cool design that Kristen did for those. BH says, have you on while working out on you just... Wait, what? Have you on while working out and you just played that on my last set? I couldn't have set it up better. Nice. Don't give up, BH. Don't give up. Carbon Cage is in the house, standing upside down as usual, both big and little cage. DJ CJX says, what's up? Frank Nicholas says, you have a stand 10 to 15 feet away from... You have to stand 10 to 15 away from DJI pilots, the goggles transmit. Yep, I always make sure that I do. I've made that mistake before, and I will never again. License to Drive says, the latest SharkBite firmwares tweak the broadcast frequencies slightly, so now they're on raceband. We've had 3 with SharkBite and 1 analog, no real issues. Very cool. It makes a lot of sense, right? DJI has no connection to the FPV community, really, so they have, like, no experience, they have no reason to give a shit about pilots that are flying analog. And Fat Shark does, right? Fat Shark knows that they need to make their stuff play nice with analog pilots. So, like, just inherently, Fat Shark is going to be, and it sounds like they are, going to be a lot better when there's multiple pilots. DJI just doesn't care, and they shouldn't care. No, they should care. But it makes sense that they don't, right? Why would they? And as a matter of fact, it actually benefits from them to not play nice and to just not care about that, right? Because if DJI people keep showing up to where you fly and blasting you out of the sky and bleeding all over your channel, the solution is not to shame those people, hopefully. The solution is for you to go, oh, all right, well, I guess I'll fucking send DJI $1,300 for one of their stupid rigs and a pair of the goggles. So, yeah. One of the many reasons that I'm really hoping that Fat Shark can kind of get it together and get a good digital system going. Although, I don't know, from what I've seen, it seems like SharkBite's pretty good. I mean, it's certainly got its problems, but there's people flying it. Erod is flying it. And when that 30 by 30 comes out, I'm going to be flying it for sure. So, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm definitely not going the DJI route anytime soon, though. They're just, for all the reasons that I've talked about that I'm not going to get back into. Drone Pilot says, tell the DJI users to use channel 3, 50 megabytes, and you can use, and then on analog, use F1 to F3 channels, and the distance and frequencies and polarization will ensure 0 issues. Tried, it works. So what we've been doing lately is we make the DJI guys come down to 25, and we make them use channel 1, and then we all run raceband 8, and raceband 6. Because from what we looked up, that was the most possible amount of separation. I've got too many rigs that are on raceband to then move like to F1 and F3, so I can't really do that. But yeah, I don't know. I have a really hard time flying with other people anyway. The pandemic has really done a number on my social anxiety, and yeah, I'm probably not going to be flying with like big groups of people much anymore. If I do go, I'll go to hang out with big groups of people and just chill. But yeah, when I fly, and this has happened for a long time, when I try to fly with big groups of people, a lot of people end up on my channel watching me. That gets me freaked out. I'm already in a bad place because I have really nasty anxiety. I end up flying horribly, and that starts the cycle of, great, you're a piece of shit. Everybody just watched you F up. You're a terrible pilot. The only reason your edits are good are because you spend 10 hours on them. On and on and on. So yeah, it's probably weirdly, it's probably a better idea for me just when there's a big group of people just to go and kind of hang out, just because, yeah, I have mental health issues that kick the shit out of me, and I can't just ignore them. That's the thing that sucks about mental illness, is you can ignore it all the hell you want, but it ain't going anywhere, and it's gonna fuck you up in the process. So I have to respect it. And I've learned that, and I know that about myself, but it's hard. It's really tough every time, because, you want to do something, and like, I think back to like my 20s, and I'm like, well, I was able to run an entire autocross region in my 20s. I was able to run evolving scenario 100+ person airsoft games in my 20s. Well, you know what? I'm not in my fucking 20s anymore. And I just got to kind of swallow hard and realize that and adapt. Yeah, part of being an adult, I guess. Don't get old, people that are younger than me. It sucks. FinFPV says, if the 30x30 Shark Byte board has at least 600 milliwatts output, I'm sold. MotorF FPV, I have no idea. I have no specs on it, so I can't really speak to that. I don't even know how the amounts of output work on Shark Byte, but from what I've seen, the range seems to be pretty good, so I'm not necessarily worried about the range, but we'll see. I'll get to experience that at some point here. MotorF says, print a few of those antenna mounts and send them to you for free if you become a CiottiFPV patron. Super cool, MotorF. I love that. I didn't even have to threaten to hit him with a hammer or anything. That's very cool of you, MotorF. Yeah. That's awesome. I love it. You guys are the best. Friendly Nomad says, how are you almost 40? You look way younger. Yeah, Friendly. It's, unfortunately, I don't feel younger. That is life's cruel trick on me, is that life has allowed me to look like I'm 17, but unfortunately I feel like I'm 50. But I'm working on it, man. I'm doing yoga pretty much every day. Push-ups, pull-ups every day, going for walks, just doing what I need to do to try to get back in shape, because, man, I feel like shit. Living a sedentary life will do that to you, but, hey, working on it. That's all we can do. Sly Robocop Gaming says, my drone is alive once again from the creek incident. Yeah, there you go. Sly Robocop had a rig get wet, and he thought it was blown up, and I said to him, and the rest of you guys, as I'm going to say right now, if your rigs ever get wet with fresh water, you're probably fine. Every single quad that I have has been fully submerged at least once, and they all still fly, and they don't twitch around in the sky or anything. If your rig gets wet, unplug the battery, put it in front of a fan, and just wait. Give it 24 hours. Do not plug it back in. If you plug it back in before 24 hours, you might blow it up. Just trust me. Put it in front of a fan. What I do when it happens when I'm out, I get it unplugged as quickly as possible. I get it into the car. I turn the car on. I put it on the floorboard, the footwell of the car, and I put the floor heat or air conditioning on full bore. air conditioning pulls the moisture out of the air, so it blows dry air onto it. You can run the air conditioning with the heat turned on or with the cold. It's fine. It's gonna dehumidify the air. Let it sit there. It's like sometimes I'll grab another rig and keep flying and just let the car idle and just blast it. Don't plug it in though. Let it sit there. Wait until you get home. Bring it in the house. Put it right in front of a fan, and just wait. You gotta just wait. You gotta wait and let all that moisture get out of there. There is a school of thought that you can take rubbing alcohol and douse it in rubbing alcohol to chase all of the water out, and then the rubbing alcohol evaporates. I've done that once or twice. It seems to work, but I don't have. But then you got to buy more rubbing alcohol. So I haven't actually done the rubbing alcohol trick in a long time. You know what? I'll do the rubbing alcohol trick if I put it in like a bunch of mud and it's disgustingly dirty. I'll use the rubbing alcohol to chase the mud out of it rather than pouring more water on it. But I mean, by the time that it's soaked, right, and you unplug the battery, if it's all muddy and you don't want the mud to get all over the car, you might as well dump a bottle of water on the damn thing. It's already soaking wet. You're probably not going to make it worse. But yeah, the trick is just to wait. You just got to wait for it to dry, resist the urge to plug in. Just remember your gangly buddy CiottiFPV said, it's going to be okay. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. And if you don't know whether or not it's okay 24 hours from now versus right now, you're going to be all right. I promise. It's going to be cool. It's a good lesson. It's a good, not lesson. It's a good challenge for you to control your anxiety and your, oh my God, is it going to, I need to know. Nope. It's your chance to fight that. You got to learn to fight that shit at some point. Might as well be now. Or you can meditate like me. It's your other chance to fight those kind of mental issues. Dalton is here. Dalton says, I purchased a super chat, but you still haven't come to fly with me in Texas. What's up with that? Yeah, I ain't getting on a plane, bro. As soon as it's safe to fly again, you never know, man. I would love to come hang out. Double A says, hello. Drone Pilot says, I'll switch off if there is 3 analog pilots near me because why should I blast them? And I do if I use 50 megabit mode. Otherwise, I use 25 and stay at the last channel at the top. Very cool. Blitz saying, hey. Drone Pilot also saying, you said what I typed above either top or bottom and 25. Jackalope says, yeah, but you still got a full head of hair, late 20s, and I'm losing it here. Yeah, I'm very lucky to have a father that growing up, my friend's nickname for my father was Fabio because he had a big old head of hair. I got good genetics, fortunately. Metal Dirtskin says, I had some fun creating Blue Jay ESC start tones. If you have any special requests, I've never done the startup song thing, mainly because it reminded me of like when like back in the old days of cell phones when you would pay $1 or $2 and download like your favorite song as your cell phone ringer. And then, like, after about 2 weeks, you could never listen to that song ever again, right? Because you would listen to, like, the best 5 seconds of that song 80 times a day, every single day. So the ESC start tones always kind of struck me as the same thing. Like, I would hear it once and I'd be like, oh, that's neat. But then I would be like, yeah, but if I listen to that over and over and over again, I'll want to jump off a building. So no special requests from me, Metal Dirtskin. But yeah, I wish there was a way. It would be cool if there was a way to like put a couple of them in there and have it like randomize them a little bit. You know what I mean? That would be. I'd be more sold on that. Motoref says, how many mounts do you want? 6 colors, dark blue, red TP right now. Message on Discord. Very cool. Again, Motoref, for you hooking them up and for browbeating them into joining my Patreon. Chris Croft, and I'm caught up on chat. He says, SharkBite is no cheaper than DJI. In fact, buy a VTX and camera is more expensive than a Vista. Absolutely. The only thing the cost is a set of goggles but that also the same as HDO2s and SharkBite VRX. For me, the cost savings, but it's not really. I mean, the cost savings is that FPV Exchange sent me SharkBite for nothing, right? So that's the big cost savings for me. And it's the only reason that I have it. I would not have bought SharkBite if Nevin hadn't sent it to me. Drone Pilot, I used to use the Imperial March startup as well. And then after 7,000 times, I was like, I got to take this off because I'm never going to watch Star Wars again. But yeah, for me, SharkBite is a better fit because of the just a set of HD3s with the removable SharkBite front piece, right, allows me to have analog on the really small stuff, and then pop the little front SharkBite piece on for anything heavier that actually has the HD. But again, I would not have bought SharkBite, like, full stop. I only have it because FPV Exchange is amazing, and Nevin wants me to succeed, and he sent it over. So yeah, when the day comes, I mean, like, if he hadn't sent it to me, eventually when the day came for me to decide SharkBite versus DJI, I would probably pick DJI, to be totally honest, which is why I'm really hoping that SharkBite does some more things that will sway me towards SharkBite, because I can't say to you guys in good conscience, hey, you should buy SharkBite instead of DJI. A 30x30 VTX, though, that's a big deal, because I know a lot of you guys fly glides, and although I guess not, because you can put a Caddx Vista fits perfectly in the back of a glide. But yeah, I don't know. I'm pulling for SharkBite. I would much rather support them as a company than DJI. And I think a lot of other people are right there with me on that one. And that's a perfectly good reason to not buy DJI. Like, let's be honest, right? Like, supporting a small company that's been in the FPV scene forever and has supported the shit out of us and taken really good care of us, it's a perfectly valid reason to support them rather than a Chinese company who has done some kind of shady shit, right? And has done some stuff that it's kind of like, well, you're fucking us over with this choice, right? So, I don't know. But I'm not saying to you guys, like, go out and buy SharkBite. I'm also not saying go out and buy DJI. I think the amount of money that they cost and some of the problems with them are real, and I would rather spend my money on other things, as evidenced by the fact that I continue to. So yeah, I don't know. No wrong answers though, just different. William Loesch talking to MotoRef. Awesome. Welcome to the collective, William. Blitz says, did you see Acon ESCs on TBS's website? They look new to me. I did not, but anything Acon related, and I'm in. Let's see. I'm assuming that they're going to be in their new section. Let's see what we got here. New products. All right, let's just search for Acon. See what we can find. That is their big fat 30x30. That is their 25 amp, huh? I didn't know they made a 25 amp. It's big though. It looks like it's 20x20, and it looks like a big 20x20. So this is their 35 amp AK32 Pro 50 amp. That's interesting. To be honest, I'm not super interested in their ESCs. Their ESCs are all pretty much bulletproof, other than their old 35 amp 20x20, but those are all gone by now. I'm mostly excited by their flight controllers. So we've got an F4, not really interested in that. F7 V2 HD. I don't really care about the HD ones. And I think this has been out, maybe not though. This is the Acon F7 that I've got that's been awesome, which is in the Prototype 5 now, and it was in the Moon Goat, so that's been great. Acon F7 Mini 2020 V3. V3 is interesting, but this is the HD one with the extra plug header and the pad layout that I don't love, so that's not really for me. Their existing F7 HD flight controller is really, really good. So if you're on HD, it's a really good choice. I don't know if it's V2 or V3 or whatever, but this is the in stock. You guys want to watch me do an order on TBS's website? Oh my God. It's in stock. This is the old one, but I don't care because this is my preferred. Well, you know what? I did snag a couple. I actually have a couple of them. So I'm actually okay. Wow. If you want my preferred 20x20 flight controller, here it is. You're going to get nailed on shipping and you're going to wait forever to get it, but nobody has this in stock. And believe me, I looked. Very cool. Yeah, this is not new. This is the OG one. In my opinion, this is the best 20x20 flight controller for analog. Wow. TBS has it in stock. Okay, so yeah, this says V3, which I don't think I've seen before, which is interesting. Let me take a look on Pyrodrone because they're pretty much the only shop in the US that carries all the Acon stuff. F4 ESC, F4 F7 30x30, F4 ESC, F7. Yeah, okay, so look, V2. Okay, so yeah, that is new. Good spot. V3. I wonder what they changed. The V2 was totally fine though. Mini. Oh, well, there's the V3. Okay, so maybe not. And it is the HD. Yeah, HDV. So when I talked to Acon, they told me that yes, they had discontinued the V1.1. They said yes, they're no longer making this, but they also said that they are replacing this. There is going to be a new analog specific 20x20 flight controller, and I think they said that it's going to be called V2. So, but like this one was great. There's no reason not to get this one, other than the fact that, yeah, TBS's shipping is kind of expensive and very slow. But if you gotta have it, there you go. I have not had a way of showing you guys where to get it. That's very cool. A good spot, Blitz. Really good spot. Tuner Taxi says you also don't need HDO to run Shark Byte. I'm using Dominator V3s, and yeah, I'm going to be using HD3s. So that's a very good point. Tuner Taxi. Scott Gillen says not to mention DJI is in with the CCP by American. I'm not going to get all political, but I'm with you, Scott. Fairly Functional saying, hey, Blitz saying, I find that putting a meme on my startup tome helps prevent burnout. And then Drone Pilot says, I just ordered another one of the new 20x20 ESCs from Acon. I have one that's cheaper than T-Motor, and it handled 97 amps total going into it for a sprint down the field. They are unreal. Yeah, Acon stuff is pretty incredible. All right, I've managed to procrastinate making these stupid-ass connectors for an entire hour. Under the guise of wanting to get caught up on chat. Let me do this first. I'm going to pull apart this other tiny whoop. My fingers have just now finally healed from last week, pulling these propellers off. So I might as well stab myself a whole bunch more times here. So, but I actually remembered during the week that I did figure out a way to not stab myself. Typically when I remove whoop props, I put one finger up top here and I put the remover tool here and I crank it up, and when the propeller lets go all at once instead of letting go gently, I fucking jam this into my nail bed here. But I remember that at some point I realized I can put two fingers through here, and my two fingers cradle the wire so that the wire doesn't get pulled out, and I can get my fingers up just enough to get a grip on the bell, and then put the tool in from the other side and pop them off without stabbing myself. The reason why I prefer to do it like this is because when you're putting a bunch of torque on to get the propeller off, it bends the motor out. And if you have your finger here with your fingernail dug into it, you can really prevent that from happening. When you do it like this, it's a little bit harder because you're using the meat, your fingertips. So you like, and when you're doing this, you'll see the bell bend. And like I'm always just I don't want to bend the motor shaft, and these little tiny 1.5 millimeter motor shafts are very, very fragile. But yeah, I'm not gonna stab myself anymore. And like, I don't know, it doesn't seem to bend it that much. Most of the force is being put in the upward direction, so like, I don't know. But for like many days afterwards, my fingers hurt like hell from stabbing them. And then yeah, I remembered that I did figure out a way to fix that, but it's not a perfect solution. It puts a little more stress on the motor bell, but I can't say that I've noticed these motor bells getting bent from doing this. So yeah, I'm gonna do all 4 of these in this way, and yeah. This is the Weeha, before anybody asks, this is the Weeha chip lifter. It is the best tool for getting Whoop propellers on and off. There is an affiliate link to it on Amazon down below in the description. But if you just go to Amazon, if you don't want to use my affiliate link and you don't want me to get free money, if you just go to Amazon and search for Weeha, W-I-H-A, 26810, this guy will come up. The end of it looks like that. And it is just goddamn perfect for getting Whoop propellers off. The different stores will sell you these things, and unfortunately, as soon as you put any torque on these things, they just bend, and they're just kind of useless. This is what you need if you're going to be removing more than a couple sets of Whoop props. Most people really don't, though. Usually you put a set of Whoop props on, and they're kind of good forever. I'm a unique case in that I do a lot of testing. So let's tear this the rest of the way down. That'll give me a really nice sense of accomplishment, if nothing else. Come out of there, little camera plug. Thank you. All right, so we got this, and a little bit of this. I'm gonna kick this off. Well, yeah. Take that guy off of there. And pop these motors off. Well, first I'll kick the motor plugs off, because they need to come out anyway. And then I'll pull this board off of here. I'm not sure if this is the one that Matthew Vega or Frank Nicholas sent me, but huge shout out to those two gentlemen for sending me, selling/sending/trading me for these Acro Whoops, so that I could get my hands on these V1 boards, which are the only boards that'll really perform up to snuff for me to do cinematic Insta360 Go work with these tiny Whoops. Okay, so here's this. This is interesting. This Whoop board has the weird dots on it. Let me check something. This is almost like a hybrid of the V1 and the V2 Whoop board. Let me Take a quick. This is interesting. So it is the F411 chip. Where the hell's the gyro? Are you the MPU 6000? Yes, there it is. InvenSense MPU 6000 gyro. Interesting. It looks like they had a run of... Oh, there it is. Rev... What does it say? Rev D2. Huh. Let me take a look at something here. I didn't think that the V... It looks like they made some of the V2s with the MPU 6000. That's pretty cool. Yeah, look at that. Very interesting. So these are both V1-ish, but look at the bottom right corner. See the difference? This one over here, this looks like the V2 board, but the V2 boards that they sold didn't have MPU 6000 gyros on them. They had 32K gyros on them. This is the true V1, which I can tell by the... It doesn't have the dots. See, the dots are here, and there's no dots on this one. Very interesting. Huh. I'm hoping that... So the other cool thing about the V1 is the V1 had a VTX built in that would go all the way up to... I think 100, maybe even 200 milliwatts. I think it was 100 though, 100 milliwatts. The V2, I'm hoping that this is almost like a V1.5. I'm hoping that the VTX on this goes up as high as the VTX on the V1. Although even if it doesn't, that's not a deal. Well, I can probably figure it out by like kind of looking at the components on the board and seeing if the components on the board are all the same. And they look like they are. Yeah, it looks like all the components are exactly the same. So that leads me to believe that both of these have the same 100 or 200 milliwatt VTX, which is awesome. But that being said, even if it doesn't, even if this like V1.5 or whatever doesn't, that's actually fine because this one is for sure a V1. So it has the right gyro and it has the more powerful VTX. And then I have another V1 already in the 65 millimeter whoop. So this board, no matter what, will power a 75 millimeter whoop. And then this will be the board for the backup 75 millimeter whoop. And with a tiny whoop, you typically don't break them, right? Like they go 1 mile an hour. So even if, like, the fact that these both have the MPU 6000, that's the big deal because that will allow the damn things to fly without jello. And that's like 99% of what I was looking for. If one of these has a lower power VTX, that really is not a big deal because I probably won't use that one. Like the backup 75 millimeter rig probably won't get used a lot. So but that's really interesting, huh? So at some point here, when we get to the 75 millimeter testing, I will tear apart my 75 millimeter builds. And I will show you guys, and I'll look for myself at the true V2 newbie drone AIO board, and maybe we can, we'll compare them. We'll compare them all together, right? The true V2 versus the V1 versus this interesting like hybrid V1.5. I've decided to call it, I guess, and that'll be pretty cool. I think, at least. I'm kind of a lunatic though. But I bet you somebody else out there is like, yeah, it's cool. That's super cool. I love it. I need to know everything. That's not just me, right? Like, discovering those super useless but super weird little things. Like, that's super interesting to most of you guys, right? If it isn't, do me a favor and just lie so I don't feel like a douchebag. Yeah, I don't know. Call it completionism, perhaps. But yeah, I don't know. I love those super weird, super meta things. Those are like your party tricks, right? When the room is full of really knowledgeable FPV people, those are the things you can go to be like, yo, look how fucking smart I am. I bet you didn't know this. In between the version 1 and version 2 Acrobee boards from Newbie Drone, they had a... it's probably just me. I'm probably the only one that crazy. But I know that I'm not. I know that I'm not. Even if I am, I've learned to be okay with it. It's okay to be crazy, guys. It's okay to be crazy. Callisto with a $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. He says, I use side cutters or wire cutters to split the prop, and it comes right off, no damage to the motor. Best way, in my opinion. That is not a terrible idea, Callisto. Mainly also because a lot of the times the propellers get all bent up when you're trying to remove them anyway, so fuck it, just cut the damn things off. Yeah, absolutely. Although, have you guys ever noticed how expensive tiny whoop propellers are? They're $1 a prop. And I'm a cheap ass bastard. Flying Umbrella says, the best way to take off whoop props is to use your 2-finger technique underneath the motor, and then over the top of the motor, use thumb and index middle finger tips to grab the prop hub. Yeah, but Flying Umbrella, that bends, especially on these little Azzies, that bends the shit out of the propellers, and you really can't bend these back straight. Between each blade, and then while you pull one hand, twist the prop left, right. It'll make sense if you try it. I know exactly what you're saying. You know what? So that also, that works on these 3 blades, but my fingers are too fat for the 4 blades. I typically run 4 blades, and I can't get in between them without bending the shit out of the blades. You're right though. I used to do that for the longest time until I figured out that I had this tool. And this tool, in my opinion, is kind of the best of both worlds. It gets the props off without ruining them, but it also doesn't bend the. So it satiates my absolute unbelievable cheapness. Frank Nicholas says the micro I sold you had some cat hair in the motors. Oh, they all have cat hair in them. I mean, they both had cat hair in the motors. I think the other one had more cat hair in the motors. But yeah, there's definitely some cat hair in this one. So I think the other one had more people hair in the motors. So I think maybe this one was yours, Frank. And mine has license for JESC on the ESC. Oh yeah, I guess I'll get to see it when I plug them all in. Richard says, my Peter the Penetrator just got here, woohoo. Got some bling for my QX7 replacement flight controller for the flight controller that broke the USB on. Nice, Richard. Way to do the adult thing and not suffer through using the non-USB flight controller. Because I gotta tell you, man, it sucks. It really sucks forcing yourself to continue to use a flight controller without a USB on it. EEDoc says, the GemFan 1219s are 50 cents a prop on GetFPV. That's a good deal. Are those the 4 blades? The 1219s? Or the 4 blades, the 1218s? I don't remember what the pitches are. I don't need these yet. I don't need these quite yet. You know what's interesting? I do have these. I could... Oh, but yeah, no, I don't want to use these. I don't want to use these. Never mind. Never mind. I'm going to keep using these and dealing with... Alright, so I can't find anything else to procrastinate with. I have to start making these motherfucking adapters. Jason Crabtree says, what should I consider when choosing between 65 and 75 for an Insta360 Go 2? Well, I think the decision is pretty easy, Jason. I don't think that a 65 millimeter whoop has enough thrust to carry an Insta360 Go 2. My 65 millimeter whoop is on the most powerful motors, on the most powerful props, and it barely carries the Insta360 Go 1, which is only 18 grams. The Insta360 Go 2 is 26 grams, so that 8 gram addition, I can all but guarantee you, and even if a 65 millimeter whoop could carry an Insta360 Go 2, man, of the flight, you're not gonna want to. It's gonna become so fat and heavy with those extra 8 grams. So yeah, dude, 75 millimeter it is. 26 grams is just a bit too much for the smallest of small. And to be honest, 26 grams is going to be a lot on a 75 millimeter whoop. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It sounds like you might find out before I do. I know that the 75 mil whoop is going to be able to carry it. For sure, it's going to be able to carry it. My worry for me is that, so when I had the Insta360 Go on the 75 millimeter whoop, it flew awesome. Like it was a lot more capable than the 65 mil. It was quite a bit louder. It was quite a bit heavier. So there were things that I liked, and there was a jello situation, so I had to use the 65. But if I didn't have to use the 65, I wouldn't have. Because the 75, even though it had the extra weight, it had better flight dynamics. So yeah, you're better off with the 75 anyway, to be really honest with you. As soon as I can get the jello out of my 75, I probably won't fly the 65 mil whoop anymore with the Insta360 Go. I'm interested to compare them because there is going to be a pretty big weight difference. So there is a chance that for really, 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 really tight flying, the 65 would be the best bet. But maybe not. Maybe not. I want to try something. I have this crazy little saber light thing that produces a little bit of plasma. And there's a chance that this will melt this stupid PVC wire insulation. But it ain't looking too good. No. Well, actually, hold on. I'll try to now pull it off with my fingers, and maybe it'll just come off. Not with my fingers because it's probably kind of hot. But let's use a microfiber and see. Nah. Oh God, yes. So the question becomes, is it negatively affecting the strands of wire? And it doesn't look like it. They are clean. Oh, now we're talking. Look at the big brain on Ciotti. So let me try another couple. I went pretty hard on that one. Let's try a quick one. Let's try to, I'll go down a little bit and I'll just zap it and then let it go. And now let's see if I can just pull this off with my fingers a little bit easier. Or at all. Well, that's not a good sign. That pulled the wires off along with it. Oh, there's a spider on the wall. So that's not good. Let's try this third one, and I'll go a little bit harder on it because I did kind of dig my fingernails into that one. But let's try this one. I'll go like that. And then let me try using the microfiber again. T-Bird says, are 1206s too big for 75 millimeters? Absolutely. I'm not even sure if a 1202, like a 1202 might be too big for a 75 mil. I've done very little testing of 75 millimeter stuff. Oh yeah, that came off nice, but it looks like ass up in there. 1102 might be the right size for 75 millimeter. 1206 is absolutely way too big. 1206 is more for a 2.5 inch prop, which is 2 steps up, right? 70. Oh wait, no, 70. Are you talking about 75 millimeter whoops or 75 millimeter 2.5 inch props, T-Bird? I thought you were. I thought since we were talking 75 millimeter whoops, I didn't change gears. Yeah, let me know what you're talking about. If you're talking about 75 millimeter props, then no, you're good to go. I don't like the way 1206 is. I can get. I've never flown a 1206, but I can just guarantee from extrapolating from flying all the other sizes that for me, I wouldn't want a 1206 on a 2.5 inch prop. I would want a 1404 or a 1304 for the extra stator width. Really, ideally, I would want a 1404. But technically speaking, if you're building like a race rig and you want that big wallop of power on the top of the throttle, a 1206 would give you that on a 2.5 inch prop. 1206 is going to have enough stator volume for a 2.5 inch prop, but in my opinion, it doesn't have enough stator width to give you that good mid to low throttle feel that you get from like a 5-inch rig, for example. All right, so I'm not gonna use this thing. It's just a little too sketchy, I think. I'm just gonna do this the hard way and get all fingernaily with it. Let me try this though. Let me try to leave a dent with the wire cutters, and then that'll give my fingernails something to kind of dig into. Maybe that's the key. Ah, shit, I might have clamped that a little bit too hard. All right, so if you get lazy and you use your wire cutters like that, right, and you think you might have pushed a little bit too hard, here's how you check that. You use your fingernails, you pull off the insulation, and then you just use your 5X loop to look at the insulation that you pulled off to see if there's any strands of wire in it. So here's a little bit of insulation that I pulled off. You take your 5X loop. If you don't have one of these, get one of these. It's an essential tool. Link down below in the description. And you just look in the hole of the insulation that you pulled off. And if you nicked any of the internal strands of wire, it'll be in there. And in this case, it is not. So I am safe. If you want to be a total lunatic like me, you can then look at the stripped part, and you might be able to see whether or not you you nicked one of the strands. But for the most part, if the strand didn't come off when you dug your fingernails in and pulled the insulation off, then you're safe, right? Because even if you did nick the strand a little bit, like, you've done the lion's share of the abuse to it, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to be pulling on those individual strands as hard ever again. It's and a lot of times I'll just, if the little piece that I remove is stuck to my fingers, I'll just spin it around and give it a quick look, because usually you'll see the bright silver strands, and it's just a good little check, right? You just yeah, just make you feel a little bit better if you're a crazy person like me. So there we go. Let me do this. I'm going to batch all of these. I'm going to deal with the majority of the frustration all right now. And I'm going to do all 7 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's all right here. We're going to deal with all of these all at once, because I do need to make 8 of these, whether I like it or not, because I need to be able to do the head-to-head testing. So we're going to chop them all to 1 centimeter first, and then I'm going to ruin all of my fingernails next. So yeah, let's batch this shit out. That's the right way to do it. Luong Nguyen says, says, what do you think of the free-range frame from Pyrodrone versus the Glide? I'm not familiar with the free-range frame, but because I really don't want to deal with these stupid PVC insulated wires, I'm going to look it up. Free range. Look at that. Well, I hate that it has an aluminum bottom plate. So, I mean, it's already kind of out for me. The devil... Oh, here, hold on. So, yeah, I hate that it has this aluminum here. The motor protection is a lot smaller, so it's not going to protect the motors as well. And I mean, at that point, I'm kind of done. I also don't like that there's this single center standoff. This is going to be a total pain in the ass packaging-wise. This is going to get in the way of the front of the ESC. The Steez frames did this with the... There's been a couple of frames that have done this with the single middle standoff, and it's not good. So yeah, I am not into this frame at all, really. Looks like it's meant for HD, so it's really not for me anyway. I mean, $60 is a good price. The Glide is a little bit cheaper, though. Let's see what it weighs. 112 to 108 grams without TPU, so it's also a little bit heavier. So yeah, there's really... I can't find anything about it that I like. Oh, okay, I found something that I do like. I do like that it's a split base plate design, but the fact that it's a split base plate design with a huge chunk of aluminum can eat me. I would much rather have all carbon. So, yeah, Glide for the win, in my opinion. Interesting, though. Interesting that somebody's doing a freestyle frame with an aluminum plate. That's... we'll see how that ages. We'll see how that crashes. It's always good. It's good on Pyrodrone and Hyperlite for doing something different, because there is a chance that there's some weird thing about that aluminum rear section that turns out to be better than carbon fiber. I doubt it. With 5-inch frames, a lot of the innovation has been tried already. So yeah, like it's yeah. I think you guys know where I'm going with that. CMYKFPV is in the house. He says Wild Whoop Wednesday. Dan Richmond says, I got the Acon 20x20 V1.1. I noticed a solder bridge selector that says pit on. I couldn't find what it does. And the other one says VBAT or 5 volt. I understand that one, but not the pit one. Yeah, Dan, so there's a, it's for racers, basically. Racers prefer to have, like, a physical turn on versus turn off pit mode. And that's what that pad selects. For freestyle, you don't need it. Just leave it as is, and you'll be good to go. Enabling that enables a pit mode circuit, which is a little bit more of a secure way of absolutely being sure that when you're in pit mode, you're actually in pit mode, which for racers is a big deal, but for us freestyle guys, it doesn't really mean anything. None of us really use pit mode. I did for a little bit. I had it on a switch for a little bit, and it was kind of nice. I remember at the Rampage site test, I was having some video issues, and there were other pilots in the air, and I remember that I had pit mode on a switch, and I was like, no, I wasn't having, I forget what issue I was having, but there was a situation where pit mode was perfect, and I flipped the switch, and it worked, and it was great, and that was the non-hardware-based pit mode, which you can turn on in the modes tab. So yeah, unless you're like a hardcore racer, you can just pretty much ignore that, in my opinion, and if you really want pit mode, just turn it on in the tabs. it's going to work totally fine. It's an interesting thing to have. I'm out of switches on my transmitter, and yeah, ever since that one occasion, there hasn't been another occasion where I was like, oh, you know, it'd be nice right now, pit mode. It just doesn't happen. And if you don't know what pit mode is, it's like 0.1 milliwatt. It's a way to turn your VTX on, but only at like 0.1 milliwatt, so that you have to point your patch antenna directly at you have to point your patch antenna on your goggles directly at the antenna on the quad to get any video at all. So you can power up with pit mode on the same channel as somebody else, and they have no idea. So like, if like your camera is out of focus or something like that, but like it's so low power that like it's just a complete pain in the ass, and I would just rather wait until the person's done flying, which is the safer thing to do anyway, right? Because like, God forbid, and that's why this physical pit mode is a real thing, because God forbid you flip your mode switch for pit mode and it doesn't work and there's a race going on, the race director is going to potentially hit your rig with a hammer, and nobody wants that. Which is an OG FPV joke there. I think most of you guys remember that situation. So now I'm going to notch all of these wires all at once so that I can really get dialed in on exactly how hard I can clamp this thing down on this stupid PVC insulation. That's what this insulation is, right? PVC, I think. It's the good insulation is silicone, and this is the bad insulation. And I think it's like a PVC plastic, if I'm not mistaken. But if I'm wrong, somebody do me a favor and tag me and let me know. But I mean, you know it when you get the wire that doesn't have the good, nice, soft, rubbery silicone, you know it. So I mean, on one hand, who cares what it's called? It makes us just as sad, regardless of its name. Am I caught up on chat? Nope. Richard says, excited for JB's frame to go on sale. Yeah, me too, man. That thing's going to sell like crazy. T-Bird says, I have them on my 95X pusher, not liking them. I'm changing them out to the 1404s. Yeah, T-Bird, you're going to have the same exact experience that you did on your Acrobrat when you went from the 1507s to the 1804s. You're literally going to have that exact same experience, and I can't wait for you to come on chat and be like, yep, I did. Frank Nicholas says, when you use your fingernails with small gauge wire, check the pulled off insulation to make sure you didn't remove any strands. I'm assuming that Frank typed that before I went over that. Remy Tim in the house, dropping some knowledge about the real pit device. Pit mode lowers the output like 5-foot video range. But the hardware pit modes let you power on the quad without powering on the VTX, because even that low power could cause interference. Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. Very cool. So it doesn't... Okay, so they're two totally different things. I actually prefer the modes-based pit mode because I'm not a racer, and because, you know, if I blast somebody out of the sky, it's really typically not the end of the world, because I'm never, ever, ever, ever gonna plug in when somebody is in like an unrecoverable spot, right? Like the only time I would ever use the real pit mode is if people are, the people that I'm flying with are flying in a location that's recoverable. But yeah, I like the fact that it comes on at that super low power, because it, you know where it's nice? If your camera's out of focus. If your camera's out of focus, you can power on with the pit mode on the modes tab, and you can refocus your camera without bothering other people. Because that takes time, right? Like it takes a couple of minutes usually to get your camera focused in. So yeah, useful for racers, but not for us freestyle tools. Not for us flippy floppers. Alright. So this is the last one here that I'm just sort of lightly denting these wires on. Alright, so we're all dented. Now I can get all fingernaily. What time is it? 9:30? Not bad. I think I'm going to wrap up at 10, maybe? Oh, yeah! I dented this one perfectly. That came right off. The other thing you want to try to do that I'm struggling with because I cut these so short is with your other finger, try to hold the wire. Try not to just hold the connector because you don't want to be yanking these on the connector. Try to get in there and hold the wire itself so that you're pulling wire on wire. You're not pulling wire on connector. I'm having a really hard time doing that, again, because I cut these so short. But usually, when you're stripping wires, you won't have cut them so short. It's just, I mean, just in general, you know, you never want to ever pull a wire that's connected to a connector, right? Like, if you find yourself in a situation where you're ruining a lot of iPhone cables, that's probably why. Never ever grab the wire and pull and unplug the thing. You got to grab the connector itself, the plastic connector that's right next to the iPhone, and grab that nice and hard and pull that out, and that way you won't ruin the spot where the wire hooks up to the connector itself. If you do that, your Apple iPhone cables rather, will last forever, which is a good thing because they're the only ones that don't fail after like a month. I've yet to find a non-Apple lightning cable that doesn't shit the bed after like a month of use, which is so goddamn frustrating because the Apple ones are so expensive. Oh, I might have made a hash of that one. Nah, it looks good. Although as I say that, I remember that I think I have an Amazon Basics one that may have held up a little bit. You know what I do to the Apple ones to make them last longer is I put a piece of shrink wrap. I put a piece of shrink wrap where the wire itself meets the plastic plug part, and that works really, really well, just to prevent that joint from bending over and over and over again. I guess that's the other thing that kills it, is that joint just bending a million times. That's the other place that they fail. But yeah, if you just throw a piece of quick shrink wrap there, it'll spread out the bend, and you'll get some more life out of it. I swear to God, I'm gonna make a channel called Budget FPV, man. Let's make a channel just called Budget Life, or How to Be a Cheap Bastard. That's more accurate, I think. All right, I forgot to make the noises. The noises help for sure. We've gone over this. Oh, nope, noise didn't help on that one. All right. Although on that one, I didn't get enough of the insulation off. If you don't get enough of the insulation off, you can usually use your fingernail to push the insulation back and expose a little bit more of the strands of wire, rather than trying to go back in and pull more of the actual insulation off. Just try to push the insulation down. That's a trick that my father taught me long, long ago. My father being an electrical engineer for 30 plus years, who literally worked on a fusion reactor. Like, he worked for almost 20 years at Princeton Plasma Physics Lab before the Bushes cut their funding. Cut funding for all alternative energy, and they had to lay off the majority of the plant, which was really sad because fusion is a phenomenal technology that could really save us, to be totally honest. But you gotta fucking pay the scientists to figure that shit out, and you gotta give them some time. You can't just go like, all right, you got a month. But Brad told me the other day on the phone that he read somewhere that fusion research is coming back, which makes a lot of sense because fusion can create a horrendous amount of energy all at once. The problem is we don't just all turn all of our stuff on in our houses all at once, right? Like we need to. The big problem was being able to meter that out and figure out a way to store or some other deal with a huge amount of power all at once and then dole it out over time to homes and cars and whatever else. And yeah, with battery tech moving forward, I mean the Bushes were what, the 90s, I guess. So yeah, battery tech has come a long way, but it's unlikely that battery tech will ever be good enough for this. It will probably need to be supercapacitor technology to harness and the power of fusion and be able to make it work, because batteries, you can't typically charge them up fast enough. Supercapacitors have the ability to be charged up very fast, which works with fusion because fusion creates a shitload of energy all at once by creating a little miniature sun. Whoop, did I pull this wire too hard? Nah, we're good. We're good. What's up in the chat? Scott Gillen says, is it cool if I use a 30mm spacing rush tank on the glide? Absolutely. That's actually Kebab's setup. He puts it right above the 30x30 ESC. I know I have to drill new holes, but I was going to drill two and some servo tape. Nah, Scott, just put it above the ESC in the middle. Run an Acon AK32 30x30 ESC in the middle, and then just put that 30x30 VTX right above it. And yeah, that's Kebab's setup. Oh, you've already got a 20x20 ESC, it looks like. I would actually recommend hawking those 20x20 ESCs on FPV Exchange, or maybe trading someone. I might actually be willing to trade you at least one. What are the 20x20 ESCs that you've got? If you've got 20x20 Acons, I might be willing to trade you at least one of those 20x20 Acons for a 30x30 Acon, so that you can then put that rush tank ESC up above the or VTX rather up above the ESC. If they're not Acon 20x20s though, I'm kind of out. I only really have interest in Acon ESCs because they're the only ones that have been even remotely bulletproof. Ooh, Scott, do you have 30x30? So you're good then. You're good then. Yeah, put it right above that. And revel in the fact that you'll have Kebab's preferred glide setup. That's pretty cool. Not many people can say that. Fingers are starting to get sore from doing this, of course, because this insulation is the worst. This one is a problem. So I'm going to have to do what I don't want to do. Pull more of this insulation off with the wire cutters, which is a really good way to get the wire. Maybe. Oh, yeah. I got it. Okay, cool. So now I really want to check this insulation. I'm good. Sweet. All right. Straighten that out there. Man, this is taking exactly as long as I thought it would. And that is annoying. I was really hoping that it would go faster than this. But it's worth it for the testing. I'm willing to do it for you beautiful people, you beautiful bastards. Alright. Push this insulation down a little bit here on the black one. And look at this. Look at that little row of pain. Richard says, my replacement flight controller is an exact replacement. Theoretically, can I just drop the same CLI dump to match my current tune on my quad, right? Absolutely, Richard. You just got to make sure that the version of Betaflight that was on the old one matches up with the new one. Even going from one flight controller to another, as long as you do that, as long as you make sure that it's the exact same version, you should be fine. When CLI dumps go bad is when the Betaflight devs change the name of something. Because when they change the name of something and you do a CLI dump, whatever the original thing is that you're dumping in, it errors out. And now Betaflight has added red warning messages when that happens. So technically speaking, doing CLI dumps now is a million times safer than it ever was, because all you got to do is scroll back up through the CLI and look for any red warnings. And if there's no red warnings, then everything went over just fine. All of that being said, it's still sketchy. It still kind of sketches me out to do a CLI dump. And forcing yourself to go through Betaflight and reset everything up each time gives you the opportunity to roll over those little question marks. And there's all kinds of good info in those little question marks. And understanding what the hell's going on in Betaflight is a really nice thing. Like, it's a really good exercise. So I still think you shouldn't do CLI dumps. But in your case, yeah, you're gonna be all right. Just make sure you match up the versions, and you'll be good to go. Scott Gillett says, I have a new T-Motor F7 55 amp Pro 2, T-Motor F4, and Hi-Fi. I think that's a 30x30 ESC, so I think you're good. Awesome. It is 9:50. Hold on. Be right back. Here's a little bit of shreddage. All right. Should that be a new thing that I do? You guys get to choose. BeepTube says, is there no concern about the resistance of 2 connectors for motor tests? Yeah, last week and this week, BeepTube, I've mentioned that a couple times now. I am concerned about that, but there's no... yeah, you're right. It's consistent across, right? So to get around that, I'm only really going to do motor testing on the 2 rigs that have these. The other rig has the Happy Model 0802 25,000s, so like it's a data point. But yeah, I'm doing 2 sets of these so that I can A/B test, and then I'll have C over there as some kind of a data point. But yeah, having double connectors. I mean, and the real problem is that the C data point is direct soldered, so it's going to be 2 connectors versus no connectors. But it's yeah, not much of a choice from Target. They're actually really good. And yes, it's a bucket of nuts. Just like me. Richard says, I hear you, my tune is pretty simple. I just use sliders. A few minor adjustments. I've cleaned up the CLI errors before in previous dumps. I'm just being lazy, LOL. Yep, I've done it when I've been... Yep, I do CLI dumps when I'm being lazy, and that's it. If I can force myself to not be lazy, I go through Betaflight top to bottom. CMYK says, yes. Maybe Tim says, eat nuts. Yes. Chris says, I see you have the munchies. I have a crazy metabolism, right? Look how skinny. And I'm actually exercising, yoga, pull-ups, push-ups, chin-ups, shit like that. And I typically in my life don't last very long exercising because my metabolism goes even more nuts, more crazy. And it gets to the point where like I just get sick of eating, having to eat all the time. Like for real all the time, like every hour. And it just gets tiring. And like I can't get anything done because I'm constantly shoveling food into my mouth. And then yeah, eventually I get sick of it and I'm like, all right, well, I can't deal with this. It's the world's weirdest reason to stop exercising. Plus, classically, I would hurt myself. I would start exercising. I would push too hard. I would hurt myself. I would get sick of. So that combined with not being able to get anything done, and I would just go, fuck it. I'll just be a skinny dude for the rest of my life. And it's okay being a skinny guy, but I don't know. I want to be less skinny. New year, new me, right? So they say. Cut, you bastard. Cut. There we go. The old bucket of nuts. Riot9 says nut grabber time. Riot9 still riding the high of winning the FPV Exchange donated premium Apex build the other night. I'm thinking tomorrow on the stream we'll do something Thursday. I'll figure out some kind of alliteration there. I'm thinking tomorrow I'm going to pop the top plate off of that Apex, and I got to put some spacers in between the flight controller and the ESC. And then I'm also I might touch up a couple of the solder joints. And then I'm going to plug that flight controller in, and I'll put my tune on it. Well, I think it actually is going to be my tune 1-to-1. I asked Riot9 a couple of questions. A couple of the questions that I ask the folks that hire me on Fiverr to help them tune. I have a short list of questions that I ask to kind of get me in the ballpark of what kind of a tune would benefit them most. So yeah, I'd asked Riot9 a couple of those questions, and he emailed me the answers to them. So now I'll, from what I read him earlier, and from what I remember, he's a good candidate for my exact tune. Although I don't, Riot, since you're in the chat, how often do you crash? Like once per battery, 10 times per battery, once per 10 batteries kind of thing? Like, I don't need an exact number, but like, for example, if you never crash, then I can go a little more aggressive on the tune. I typically don't do that unless there's another reason. Like, if you were to say to me that you need to do cinematic work with the rig, and, you know, you just can't ever have any prop wash. And I know that you didn't say that. So I would probably not go ham total, like, edge of what's possible with the tune. But I am curious how much you crash. Because if you crash 100 times per battery, I'm actually going to back you off even further from my tune. My setup is meant to crash, but not meant to crash like 100 times per battery per se. And basically the softer I go on the tune, for anybody wondering what the hell I'm talking about, the softer you go on your tune, the more leeway you have for bent props and banged up motors. So the stock Betaflight tune, for example, is kind of amazing because it will, especially when combined with RPM filtering, it will allow you to batter the living hell out of your rig or build a rig that is a hot goddamn mess and still get up in the air. When people bitch and moan about the stock Betaflight tune not flying well, they're completely missing the point. And typically they don't know what the hell they're talking about, because it's pretty well known that Betaflight is the most popular flight software, and the devs very specifically make the stock tune as loose as possible. Like, they don't want it to be so loose that the rig doesn't fly properly, because you can actually undertune a rig so far that it just doesn't really fly. But yeah, the Betaflight devs do an amazing job having the stock tune be flyable, somewhat locked in, and giving you the ability to build a janky-ass rig or pound the living hell out of your rig and just keep flying and flying and flying and flying and flying. That's one of the greatest things about Betaflight, is that there is no other flight firmware that can even touch, with a 10-foot pole, Betaflight's ability to let you beat the dog shit out of your rig and just keep going and just stay up in the air and just keep smiling. And then, if you take 5 minutes, you can learn how, not even 5 minutes, like 5 seconds to search for their tuning guides on GitHub and just copy and paste a bunch of CLI stuff that will lock the tune all the way in. Or go to UAV Tech's website. There's a million different resources out there to be able to tune Betaflight to the point where it flies considerably better than KISS and Flight 1. Emu Flight is Betaflight. So once they have RPM filtering, they'll kind of be in the same scenario. I find Emu Flight to be a lot more confusing than Betaflight because they've changed the names on a lot of stuff. One thing that Emu Flight has done is that the stock Emu Flight tune is more aggressive than the stock Betaflight tune. So Emu Flight is in this interesting position where people that absolutely refuse to click the arrow up button on the P and the D gains in Betaflight can just install EmuFlight and have a rig that flies a little bit better. But alternatively, it won't handle banged up motors, banged up props, janky ass builds as good as Betaflight. And this isn't opinion based. This is just, I mean, this is just black box logs. Like, black box logs, and the people that look at them, like, yeah, they're not being paid by Betaflight. They don't have a reason to lie about it. It's just the way it is. So this is interesting. I have these that are pre-cut, but these are pre-cut for motors. So I'm actually going to save these, and I'm going to use these black, gray, and white ones that I got from, I believe, RDQ. They're just JST1.0 plugs with wires connected. Riot9 says, I only crash if video fails. Now I mostly fly in the morning when the grass is wet, so I have to be super careful. Okay, cool. So that makes my life easier, Riot9. I'm pretty much just going to give you my tune, because my tune is backed off enough where you can, if you decide to start flying really hard and crashing a lot, you can. But at the same time, it'll be locked in, and it'll just let you get a ton of time up in the air. Jackalope says, so is adjusting rates done through PID tuning, or are those two separate things? Two completely separate things, Jackalope. PID tuning, so when you think to yourself the words PID tuning from now on, replace those two words with error correction. Because that's what the PID is. That's what the PID loop is. It's error correction. And the words PID tune don't mean anything, right, to anyone other than like crazy engineers. But the words error correction probably means something to you, right? Because it means that it's something that corrects error. Thus the name error correction, right? So if you start thinking of the PID tune as error correction, you're going to understand exactly what it does. It corrects error. The next question that I typically get is, well, what the hell is error? Well, what if you're flying and the wind blows? That's error. Believe it or not, when you move the sticks around, that's error. And this is where it gets a little bit confusing, because feed forward combats that, but let's not worry about feed forward right now. And let's just talk about when you move the sticks around. Believe it or not, when you move the sticks, the way that KISS, the way that Flight 1, and the way that old school Betaflight works before feed forward, and it still works this way to some extent, but feed forward assists it. The preferred state of a quad is just like this. Well, I mean, like that. That is zero error. It's not moving. It's perfectly still. This is what the error correction wants. But then they've brought the rates in so that we can actually move the damn thing around. When you move the stick, that is viewed as error. And the error correction makes the quad itself, because the error correction is running in the flight controller. It's running in here. So when we move our stick and that goes into the receiver, the flight controller goes, oh shit, there's error. Let me catch up with the stick. So let's say you push the stick to the right and for right roll. So the error correction is going to go, oh, okay. And now it's got zero error again, because you're holding the stick over to the side. Well, now you move the stick back to the center, and that's error again. So it's going to go up, and it's going to stop as quickly as possible. The PID tune is basically setting how quickly this thing, the actual quad, reacts to the error that's introduced. And again, that error is introduced by the wind blowing, or smacking into something, or you moving the sticks. So that's what the error correction is doing. Your rates are going to control how much error is introduced based upon where your stick is. So when you push your stick all the way over, there's a value in the rates called maximum rotation or super rate, or it has different names depending on which rate you use, but you know that. That's the maximum number of rotation, maximum degree of rotation per second. So when you change your rates, you're going to change how the rig reacts depending on where your stick is. And with rates, there are 3 different values in there. There's the max rate, there's the expo, and then there's the center, basically, rate. So when your stick is dead center, nothing is happening, right? There's no error. As soon as you start to push the stick, though, when you start to push the stick a little bit, you're going to trigger the center-based rate number that you've dialed in. When you start to push your stick a little bit more, and it's about 50% of the way through its travel, that's going to trigger the expo value. And then when you push your stick all the way over into the plastic as far as it'll go, that's going to trigger the maximum rotational rate, either called super rate or just maximum rate. I forget what it's called in actual rates, but yeah, it's the max degrees per second. And it's not just like an on-off switch, right? Each one of those 3 kind of blend into each other a little bit so that so that there's a nice gentle curve in there. But yeah, that's basically how rates interact with PIDs. On a higher level, like once you really get into this, and you've got 1,000 hours of flying between the sim and real life, you'll start to see and feel how the error correction actually affects, like there's a little bit more of a relationship between the PID tune and the rates than you can really pick up on until you've got a shitload of flight time in. It took me many years. It took me probably 2 years of flying a lot to really understand that and really be able to like feel it, I guess you could say. Because you can kind of understand it all the hell you want, but then feeling it and figuring out how to dial it in real life is a whole different thing. So up until that point, what you want to just understand is that the error correction is there to fix error, and the easiest way to think about error is like the wind blowing, really. And then the rates are there to to tune how the rig reacts to the exact position of the stick. Be that pushing the stick a little bit, pushing the stick towards the middle of the travel, pushing the stick all the way into the plastic as far as it'll go. That's really what you want to that's the simpler way to think about it, and that's what you want for a long time. You want to just keep it nice and simple. The error correction is there to fix error and to keep the quad locked in, right? That's what everybody talks about, locked in. And locked in means that in any given situation, it's not doing this. It's not vibrating. It's not wobbling. When the wind hits it, it might do like a little bobble, but then it'll get right back into being stable and locked in, right? Eventually, you're gonna get this understanding of, as you jack up the PID values, specifically the P gain, as you crank that up, because of the fact that it's time-based, it can potentially make the quad react quicker. Not potentially, it does. It makes the quad react quicker, and that can actually get you a little bit more rotation before it catches up with the air. Because when you move the stick, it's air, right? And there's a latency in that system. So if you move the stick over really quickly, and this is also when it happens, is once you've flown a lot, you start to like stick bang a little bit more, and you start to be more sharp with your stick inputs. This is how, like, if you guys have ever wondered why, like, I can look at somebody's flying and be like, oh, you've been flying for a year. And they'll be like, wow, how'd you do that? I've been flying for 11 months and 20 days. It has a lot to do with that. Yeah, cranking the P gains up when you start jabbing the sticks around, the quad will literally rotate a little bit more before it hits set point. So there is a little bit more of a relationship between the error correction and rates than most people kind of understand until they get to this point where they're a really gnarly pilot. And you really should not worry about that right now because it's very subtle. It's maybe like 5 or 10 degrees of rotation. But eventually, you're going to be searching for every last little bit, right? Like for a long time, you're looking for the big gains, and this is not a big gain. This is a very subtle, very time-consuming gain to get locked in. So it just doesn't make any sense to really get there. And I have a feeling that you're not at that point yet because you asked that question. So if you are at that point yet already, that's amazing. And like, I mean no offense by talking down to you, I guess you could say. But also, this is a live stream that sometimes 1,000 people will watch, so I over-explain stuff for the good of everyone. But yeah, usually people kind of have that understanding by that point because it's just kind of natural to want to figure it out. If you already have that understanding and you've already got 1,000 flight hours, you're actually doing it right. It makes a lot more sense to just leave the tune the hell alone and to some extent leave the rates the hell alone and just only fly. Like, if I could go back and do it all over again, I would have not even remotely thought about tuning until I was like 2 years into this. And I would have just only focused on flying as much as I possibly can. Just spend all of the time, all of the money on more batteries, more builds, more identical builds too, to just get up in the air and just fly as much as possible, because that's like, once you're really good as a pilot, that's the only time that you can really feel these differences, because like up until that point it's so overwhelming and it's just such a shit show every time that you fly. And there's a million other technical things that you got to figure out, right? The right voltage. Do I use a parallel board? How the hell do I use a parallel board? What the hell's internal resistance? What's the difference between all these motors? Like, there are all these other things that are so much more important to obsess over other than tuning. Because tuning becomes a lot easier once you're a good pilot. It sucks. It's really annoying. But it's true. How about that for a rant? I'm gonna clip that whole section out for a clips, because that was a good one. I don't usually go that deep into. I mean, that's a really, really, really good question, and I love that question, and I have talked through that question before, and I probably talked like over a lot of people's heads with a lot of that, but that's okay, because whatever you got out of that is gold. And 6 months from now, if you remember to watch this again and listen to this again, there will be things that you go, oh, that's what he was talking about. If you guys are anything like me, that's when I find a technical video on FPV that I can't quite get it. I did this with Joshua's PID tuning masterclass way back in the day. There was a lot of it that I just didn't get, so I put it into a playlist, and I would come back to it like once a month. Once a month, I would go back into his PID tuning masterclass, and I would watch the whole goddamn thing. It's like hours, and I would just watch the whole thing all over again. And every single time, every month that I would do that, I would understand another part of it. And I wasn't, some of it was because of repetition, but some of it was because I was getting better as a pilot. I was starting to see these bad behaviors that the quad would do in certain flight situations. And I would go, okay. So I need to tune that out with I gain or P gain or D gain. So yeah, it's sort of this really interesting part of the hobby. And I remember this shit all from motorsports, because with motorsports it was basically chassis and suspension tuning. When you first get into motorsports, you should obsess over tire pressures. And tire pressures have about, in terms of like tuning a car to go faster, tire pressures will do about 95% of the work. That's probably a little much. Maybe like 80% of the work. But it's kind of boring to just move your tire pressures up and down. So like us, right, as like complete lunatics, we immediately grab onto something else that we can obsess over, which very quickly becomes shock tuning. And shock tuning is one of the most complicating things in the whole effing world. But in order to really understand shock tuning, you have to be a pretty good driver. So trying to understand shock tuning before you're a really good driver is fucking maddening, because you make changes and you're like, oh, this should... I mean, one of the biggest things to understand is that, like, you make a change that should have one effect, and more often than I would like to admit, it'll have the complete ass opposite effect, because you're monkeying around with so many different things at once, and there's... And like every platform is totally different, and there's just too much going on all at once. Very, very similar to FPV, actually, and just having all these different systems all intertwined with each other. You know, making one change, and that change should do this or should do that, doesn't mean shit, because there's so many other things going on, and it's very easy for you to make that change and have it have either no effect or the complete opposite effect. I must admit that happened a lot more in motorsport, though, because there was just a lot more... It was a lot less like ones and zeros, and a lot more physical systems that were affecting one another. There we go. So now I gotta tin all these goddamn things. I also need to check the chat. I've been ranting and raving for far too long, but that was a really good rant with some stuff that I really love talking about. This is the kind of stuff that I really dig talking about in like this is why I love the Fiverr tuning sessions, because I can get into this kind of stuff, and it's why I'm really hoping that it takes off, and I can work with some more experienced pilots, because it's easy to kind of think like, oh, I really won't get anything out of that. It's more for the new guys. But like, to be honest, I'm actually a better instructor for people that are more advanced. Like, it's easier for me to, I'm just, yeah, like it's been a longer time since I was a noob, right? So like, I'm naturally just better at the higher level instruction and stuff like that. Does that make sense? So like, I really hope that that I get some more seasoned pilots wanting to do the instruction stuff, but I need the website to be up so that more people will find out that I offer that. Because yeah, that's the stuff that I really like digging into, because there's a lot to it, man. There's a lot going on behind the scenes and right in front of you, and it's really like intoxicating, because it's this thing about this hobby that like it like I really do feel like this could be like an actual for life hobby, which I've never really been able to find. motorsports and driving and photography are the closest that I've come to that, because there's just like an unlimited skill ceiling. But with both of those, money comes into it a lot earlier than with FPV. With FPV, you can take $1,000 worth of gear and be the best pilot in the world, all things considered. Let me get caught up on the chat a little bit here. All right. I'm way behind. I'm way behind. Bucket of nuts. Tiago says, "Can you drink protein shakes or it upsets your stomach? It's an easy way to it's an easy way to eat." They do mess with my stomach. Yeah, I have stomach issues. I have IBS and shit like that. It sucks. Super Lux says, "No tune equals always crash. Making pasta watching." Jackalope says, "So is adjusting rates done through?" We talked about that. T-Bird says, "You crash 99 times per battery." It's true. Right, 9 says, we got that. Super Lux says, I just preferred custom hats. I'll send you 2, one for you, one for the giveaway. Oh, nice. I think Super Lux, yeah, there it is, ordered. I just ordered custom hats. Very cool, dude. That's going to be awesome. I can't wait to see it. I'm not a hat guy, but I'll put it on the shelf for sure. ImpFPV says, I'm interested in your opinion about the Mockingbird tune. Do you use it on any of your little ones? I don't, Imp. I don't fly angle mode or horizon mode on anything. So the Mockingbird tune, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really do anything for me. I think there might be an acro Mockingbird tune, but I mean, it's just cranking the P's and the D gains up a little bit. There's no real magic to that tune, and it's yeah, I mean, tuning is tuning. Like, using somebody else's tune is not really a good idea, because one of, like, the main tenets of tuning is that it's and sort of the only reason to do it, the only reason to not run the stock Betaflight tune, is that you want to dial in the error correction to the very specific system, physical system that you've built. So the very specific motors that you're running, frame, ESC, flight controller, and how you built it, and how beat up it is. So using anyone else's tune for acro is actually kind of a really bad idea, because unless you steal their rig, right? Because that's the only way to get the rig that is as beat up, built exactly identical, right, with all the same components. It's just not going to work. If your components are close enough, it can sometimes kind of work, but yeah, I mean, it's tough. And Mockingbird is really geared towards angle and horizon, and their tunes for that are great. But their acro tune, it just doesn't really make any sense to run, because tuning is fairly straightforward, to be honest. Jackalope says, are both done via Betaflight? Yes, absolutely, Jackalope. They're right next to each other in Betaflight, PID and then rates. Ruby Tim says, slight correction, the stick movement isn't air. The stick makes the stationary quad an air. That's true. That's very true. Because the stick is the set point. Like your stick position is set point. You guys have probably heard the word set point being thrown around. Your stick position is the actual set point that the rig is supposed to be doing. So yeah, the millisecond that you move the stick, the rig is not moving yet, so it is in error. It is the error, exactly as Daniel just called out. Good call, brother. Somatic says, can you explain how to transfer Betaflight rates to actual rates? You mentioned setting the lowest sensitivity in actual rates, but when I do that, my rates change a lot. I actually don't know how to do that, Somatic. I've never seen anybody come up. I just did it by feel. I just kept screwing around with actual rates until they felt right. I just picked this pimple on my face, and now it's bleeding. So I'm going to put on some flight footage and deal with this. Hold on. Like a 16-year-old right now. Hold on. Here's some flight footage. I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding, guys. How's that, guys? I'm gonna leave it on this camera so I don't feel, although you can still see it in the small view. Hold on. Yeah, fuck it, it's fine. Yeah, somatic. I don't have a well, I mean the max rotational rate is easy, right? But yeah, this the center and the expo, there's just no way to calculate it. What I did, oh, it looks like Remy Tim dropped an interesting little GitHub link. That's cool. Here's what I did. What I love most about the actual rates is that when you go all the way down on the center sensitivity, in my opinion, the center can't be soft enough. Because the springs unload, one spring unloads and the next spring loads up on the gimbal of the transmitter. So in my opinion, that center sensitivity should go all the way down as low as it'll go, which is a value of 10, and then you should just learn to deal with that, because I wish we'd always had that. And then your expo, and then that way, if you do that, you just focus on expo, because your max rotational is whatever it was, and then you just move expo up and down until it feels right. And I had to relearn. Like I forced myself with the actual rates to push myself out of my comfort zone, and just sort of figure, and just sort of figure them out, because the center sensitivity was so much lower, but it's a really good thing in my opinion. Jackalope says, thanks for the PID rate explanation, super helpful, you're welcome. Still a noob, not quite ready to mess with PID rates yet, but still intrigued. That's perfect, Jackalope. Be intrigued, be a sponge, but just fly as much as you possibly can. I've been flying for a few months. Yeah, just keep your head down, spend all of your time and effort and money on flying as much as possible, and then a year from now, tuning will be so much easier. Built Bardwell's Xylo build, so I've been flying that. However, I do have a Nazgul 5-inch on the way, Crossfire, and the Nebula Pro. Just saved this video. Very cool. Haveboard says, I'm glad you said it like that. It's kind of how I've been approaching it. I realize I'll know when I know when to tune, but still have way more focus on before I'm ready to tune. Yeah. It's hard. It's hard to do that, but it's really important to do that. It's not, important's not the right word, but it'll it'll be better for you in the long run. You'll have wasted less time, basically. Double A says, can you sell your built in good condition flown quads on FPV Exchange? You know, I don't think you can, Double A. I don't think there's a way to just straight list things on FPV Exchange. I think it has to be components that are already listed on other websites. So yeah, I don't necessarily think there's a way to do that unless you part it out. And much like with cars, if you part a rig out, you'll make more money. It's more work, but you'll make more money selling it parted out. So you could do that. Jackalope says, been using some crappy analog goggles, so I'm excited to go digital DJI. I hope, since I'm a noob, that the issue you described about DJI won't be a deal breaker. Now, as a new person, you might as well just go DJI. And then the only potential for annoyance is if down the road Fat Shark or Shark Bite becomes better. But I mean, whatever. Haveboard says it's like trucks and a skateboard. You have no idea when you start how you want your trucks loose tight. Totally Haveboard. When I learned to longboard, I spent so much time adjusting and swapping barrels, urethane barrels in and out to try to figure out what I liked. And then a month later, I was like, well, this is stupid. I now that I know what I'm doing. And then another month later, it was like, well, that was stupid. And I just, yeah. It's a really good analog to it. House AJ says, thanks for the motor recommendation last week for the Vista Tiny Whoop. Finished my 65mm pusher naked build today on the 0803 12,000s. It's definitely a Cine trainer, but needs tuning. Very cool. I'm glad you like it, How Jay. Scott says, toot LOL. I do feel what you mean. B-Man says, what's up? Late to the game, what's good? Lots of good. B-Man, you missed a bunch of stuff. You should rewatch. We dove pretty deep into some good stuff. I will definitely be putting an audio only up on the Patreon of this stream so that you guys can just listen to it. And if you missed a bunch of the stuff, listen to it a couple times because you will pick up extra. Frank Nicholas says, Maki Beard tunes are generally for bind and fly quads. I had no idea. That's pretty cool. That makes a lot of sense, actually. That's a really good idea, doing tunes for bind and flies, because the tunes that come with them are typically shit. Chomper FPV with a $25 super chat. Bro, thank you. Super generous of you. Have a great stream. Just wanted to say hi and make it rain pennies on you, you beautiful man. Send a million when I got it. Appreciate it, Chomper. Blitz says, but I thought you were 16 years old. I only look like it. Word FPV says, so I've gone from digital to analog for racing, got my Tyrannus QX7 Crossfire. Can that controller fly a quad with XM Plus as well as Crossfire? Sorry if this is a dumb question, but it's actually, like, a year ago, Word FPV, that might have been a dumb question, but now it's not, because FR Sky has made everything so goddamn confusing with the access nonsense. I actually don't even know the answer. But chat will. But in order for chat to answer that question, they're going to need to know if your Tyrannus QX7 is one of the newer models from like the last year, which is an access model, or if it's an older QX7. CMYK says, thoughts on Orca goggles. Everybody that I know that's done the Orca goggle thing, well, not everybody. Most of the people that I know that have done the Orca goggles have kind of had a rough go of it. I think they're in a similar situation to Shark Bite, where like it's kind of not finished in a way. So yeah, and they're awful expensive. It's a tough sell to buy analog goggles for expensive as the Orcas are. I was really excited about the ability to live stream directly from the goggles. Bot Grinder has a bunch of videos where he tried to do that, and man, it looked like a mess. It just feels kind of unfinished, and it's brand new. And you know, I think we're kind of getting used to brand new stuff being unfinished. I hate that we're getting used to that. But we're a niche within a niche within a niche, right? So I think we kind of have to get used to that to some extent. Still pisses me off, though. I really think that when you take money for a product, it should be finished. and if it's not finished, you should call it a development product, right? You should call it a prototype, like the Prototype 5, for example, right? Bob released a frame that was still in prototyping phase. And you know what he did? He called it the fucking Prototype 5. And I feel like if you're going to do that, you should name the, I mean, I think he went a little bit overboard, right? But you at least need to tell people, or maybe not, maybe it's kind of brilliant. I think you need to really be honest with people willing to give you money for your product. And I think that also prevents, you know, like when people do that shit and they release these prototype products, like rightfully so, people get pissed and people shit all over them on Facebook, right? And then sometimes the manufacturer will get mad, and it's like, well, what right do you have to get mad? Like, and you can always tell because the manufacturers get mad that the person is telling other people, right? They don't get mad and say like, no, you're wrong. They say like, how dare you not message us this and out us in a public forum, right? That's not how things are done. And it's like, well, okay, I mean, I kind of agree with you there, but maybe you have a little bit to do. Maybe you should take a little bit of responsibility for putting a product out that does have that problem, and not maybe saying like, hey, we're excited to offer this to you early. And I think it's actually like an interesting marketing opportunity, right? Like look at Kickstarter. They sort of normalize that, and they like fucking celebrate it, right? Like it's like a badge of honor if you join a Kickstarter when it's brand new and it turns into something huge. You know, so like these companies could, I mean, if they had anybody working for them in the marketing, you know, if they had a marketing department, like we're a niche within a niche within a niche again. So like a lot of these companies just straight up don't have a marketing department or know what marketing is. We're their marketing department, right? So yeah, it kind of makes sense that the way that it happens. But Toxic FPV says yes, you can sell builds. Awesome, Toxic. I did not know that. I love that. He says you can create posts also. Very cool. Frank Nicholas says Orca goggles were a Kickstarter, not finished. I didn't realize they were a Kickstarter. That's awesome. That's funny that I kind of backed into that. Frank also says live streaming from Orca was an add-on feature not available until long after their release. Yep. I forget what it was called. It just recently came out, like a few months ago, actually. Requires an additional board purchase. Yeah, FPV Connect, it's called. Yeah, that was originally why, because I almost bought Orcas, and then I realized that functionality wasn't available, and I said, oh, okay, I'll wait. And then when that board came out, when FPV Connect came out, Bot Grinder got it really early, and I talked to him about it, and then I saw a couple of his videos with it, and I was just like, nope, not going down that road until it's a little bit more finished. And I haven't really been paying much attention since then, and I bet you Orca hasn't really been spending much time on it because they're rightfully so focused on trying to have a digital setup. And that's totally I feel like I would actually rather them focus on digital so that we can just have more fucking options, man, because yeah, I don't feel like any of the digital systems are finished yet. I feel like that they're all still in prototyping phase, and I would love to jump on board, but they got to get a little bit better before I go down that road, for many reasons. for many reasons, which are many horses that I've beaten to death on these streams. All right, I'm gonna run this tip through the tip conditioner here because it's really oxidized. I wish I remembered where the hell I got this. Oh no, it's not. The soldering iron went down to standby mode. Frank dropping a link, a Kickstarter link, which I'm assuming goes to Orca. Very cool. Brandon Moon says, "What do you think of 0703?" Brandon, they are not wide enough for enough mechanical torque, and they're too tall to not hammer the hell out of the battery. 0802 has proven itself to just be the right motor size for 65 millimeter whoops, which are on 1.2 inch propellers. So yeah, all of the rigs with 0703s can't hold a candle to the rigs with 0702s. Of course, I've never flown one, but like everyone has that opinion. I've never seen anyone say that 0703s fly better than 0802s. So it seems pretty kind of dialed in. CMYK says, based on their LinkedIn, Orca is focusing on the future of modern warfare. Hard pass. Really? Oh, that's kind of sad. That's a hard pass for me as well. Frank says, Orca Kickstarter was expected delivery August 2019. They were late 2020. Wow. I mean, that's kind of standard for Kickstarters, though. Frank says, per some guy who seems to know, width does not affect torque, incoming line to video in next post. Yeah, that is true. That is a really interesting video. You guys should check that out for sure. There is more going on. I use the torque argument as just, the mechanical torque argument as just an easy way that most of us can kind of understand it, because you can relate it to like a torque wrench or a lug wrench on a car. But there is more going on. But yeah, and at the extremes, like let's say like a 2504, right? That is so extreme that it sort of falls apart. But like when you look at like a 2004 versus a 4, 5, 6, 7, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, versus like a 1507 or a 1508, the 2004 is miles better. So like there is some subtlety to it, but typically and with tiny whoops, what happens is we're dealing with batteries that sag like absolute crazy. So having more width, the way that I used to describe it actually makes more sense in this respect, which is that the width of the motor, it kind of gives you free power in a way, in that mechanical torque is a mechanical advantage, whereas a taller stator uses more electricity because the vertical parts of the windings are actually the only parts of the windings that are doing work. So yeah, the taller stator motors use more electricity to create more power, whereas the wider stators use more free sort of mechanical torque advantage to create more power. And on a tiny whoop where the batteries sag within an inch of their life, it's really important to gain as much mechanical advantage as you possibly can. But even that description is very limited. It's just, I don't have I'm not smart enough, straight up, to really understand all of these things from an engineering point of view. But that's okay, because I'm a good enough pilot where I can feel all of these things, and I can make these connections and recommend to you guys motors that you will literally fly better on, and will hit the battery less hard at the same time. So it's kind of interesting. The really technical, I really wish that there was a really technical person that was also a really good pilot. And I was kind of hoping that that would be me, but I'm just kind of too dumb, to be really honest. Like I try really hard to understand this stuff from like the super, super, super deep engineering level, but the amount of time required to do that, and the reason why I don't think we have like a super, super, super high level pilot is because of that. Like it takes, yeah, like where are you going to spend your time, right? In order to be a really good pilot, you have to spend thousands of hours being a pilot, and unfortunately that doesn't really leave much time to get an engineering degree, and then after you've got the engineering degree to really dig into how all of these things sort of interrelate. So yeah, it's kind of tough, but maybe someday one of these super engineering minded fellows will have poured enough time into piloting that they can say, you know, here's the math, but here's what actually happens in the real world. And as a pilot, yes, this taller stator motor technically gives you a little bit better of a response time, but response time isn't everything. There's also the way that it affects the throttle curve and throttle control and blah 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 blah. So yeah, I don't know. I would like to think that I'm somewhat knowledgeable from an engineering standpoint, and mix that somewhat well from a piloting standpoint, or I could just be totally full of shit, which is fine. I'm okay with. I've learned to become okay with that. Doing my best. Doing my absolute best. Just trying to balance where to spend the time, which is very difficult. It's much more difficult than I ever would have imagined. Yeah, I try to give everyone what they want, but a lot of times I just kind of can't, and I just have to kind of keep my eye on the prize and stick with the things that A, I enjoy so that I don't burn out on this and just stop it all together, but B, stick with the things that I'm good at. And that's a real big challenge for me. That's very, very difficult. But I don't know. I'd like to hope that I sort of do a half-decent job with that. Maybe not. All right, we are getting there, man. These are almost all tinned up. It is almost 11 o'clock. Holy crap. I think I am going to... I was going to go over to Patreon, to a Patreon-only stream, but I think at this point it's kind of too late, which is totally fine. We can do a big, long public stream. Okay, cool. Thank you. I would also love, you know, that's actually fine. I would rather this asinine project that I'm doing right now all be in one big live stream that everyone can watch and just wonder what the hell is wrong with this person. But hopefully, right after they think that, they'll think, well, at least he's given some good knowledge during this ridiculous project that he's on. I'm just gonna keep blaming, even though I love them so much, I'm just gonna keep blaming Newbie Driven for making the ridiculous decision to break from the norm, which is the JST1.25, and go to these goddamn JST 1.0 motor connectors. I take no... This is their fault. Their fault. They didn't have to do that. I don't think it was a good enough reason to do that. They're not enough lighter to warrant this, and nobody else has done it. If you're gonna do something like this, I think you need to kind of get in with the other manufacturers and be like, yo, we found these connectors. They are lighter. Let's all switch over. But I mean, I know that's asking a lot. I mean, hell, at least to our knowledge, at least they didn't do what the goddamn light bulb companies did and build in fucking planned obsolescence, right? Although God only knows how far planned obsolescence stretches. That could be why these AAOs blow up all the time, right? Fucking conspiracies. And this is all coming from a very non-conspiracy theorist, for the record. We are all tinned up. Am I still bleeding? Nah, looks like it's alright. But I like it there. I think it's a good look. Oh my god, nobody's tagged me. You guys are all chatting. Halfboard says Kickstarter is great until you invest in the coolest cooler and then never get it, like me. Yeah, I didn't realize that you could invest on Kickstarter and just have them fuck you out of all your money. I thought there was some kind of protection there. That's kind of crazy that there's not. Yeah, I did not realize that for like a long time, until like pretty recently, like last year at some point. I finally realized like people do Kickstarters and then I can't have you guys staring at my face like that. People do Kickstarters and then get totally screwed over. Like that's crazy. Tuna Taxi says Home Depot sells the solder tip stuff thingy. Yeah, you know what I mean. Do they really? The tip conditioner stuff, or do they just sell a big thing of flux? Because this is different. This is not just a big container of flux. This is some specific like tip reconditioner. Here's what it is. Ready? There is a little bit of English on here. This is clean soldering iron hair black oxidation. Be made of imported materials. That's what it is. In case you were wondering, and in case you don't believe me. Well, apparently it's a conspiracy. Logitech doesn't want you to be able to read it. You're just gonna have to take my word for it because Logitech doesn't know how to make a fucking webcam that actually focuses on anything but faces. Oh my god, Logitech, you're gonna get burned. I'm gonna burn your building down. There. I'll manually do it since you can't do anything right. Oh, I didn't know Bardwell and its Blunty talked to God damn it, I forget his name now. I think his name is Chris. I've been talking to him over on Discord. He's a super nice guy. Super nice guy. I did. There was like nothing left. Yeah. I know. I knew I should have gotten two. I almost grabbed the second one. It was really good. Yeah, it was. We'll get some more. Word FPV says, you rock, man. Thanks, brother. Riot9 says, bam, in under 2 hours for the plugs. Oh no, there's plenty of work that still needs to be done. Riot. T-Bird says, I think Newbie Drone sells tip tinner. Oh, very cool. Very cool. If you guys can find a link to it, let me know, because it's good to have. Go-Kart Mozart says, you can use plumbing flux to clean your soldering iron, just don't solder wire with it. Interesting. Plumbing flux, huh? Yeah, flux does the big buckets of flux do a really good job cleaning the tip, but this stuff over here is different. This is like, I don't know, man. It does something different. It's like a conditioner. Like using the big bucket of flux, like it lasts for a little bit, but this stuff lasts for a long time. I don't know what the hell it does. I really wish I remembered where the fuck I got it from. All right, so now the really confusing bit begins, where I gotta try to hold these goddamn wires together. So I think last time the best little setup that I found was these things, and then I don't think the directionality really matters. Although if I put them all in the same direction, maybe I won't have to reverse motor directions, or maybe I'll have to reverse all the motor directions. So if I put pins to pins like that, in theory, that's going to be a good bet. Okay, so now, if I remember correctly, the problem is only really on the first one. I think the first one is really difficult, but then once it's held together, it becomes a little bit easier. So let's see here. Oh my god, this is so fucking annoying. Okay, so there we go. There's those two. And then I just force the little wires together. Looks like they're close enough. Yeah, they are. Okay, cool. So now I can get a half decent blob going, and it'll be somewhat strong. And then I think once that one's done, I can just use the regular tweezers to do the rest. But let's see. All right. I don't think enough. There we go. That's better. That's a nice little blobule. Yeah. All right. So now, yeah, I hate that these squish that PVC heat shrink so bad. I really wish there was a better way to do that. So now I think I can just take this and now see it's still kind of a nightmare. What if I do it left hand? Oh, but see, then I can't feed the solder in. Okay, so if I hold it like that, I take the small tweezers and force the okay, good. Okay, so now if I put this here and I just put a big blob on the tip, I wonder if I can just quickly move it over. Yes. That's not bad. Although, I just wrecked that PVC. So that's the worst thing about the PVC wire insulation, is that when it gets hot, it just goes everywhere. So that one was actually uglier than the first one. God damn, these are going to be ugly. But, I mean, whatever. They're going to work totally fine, so it's whatever. Yeah, this is a little bit of a nightmare. Alright, so if I do that, try this a different way. So if I just squash the plastic connectors themselves, I can't get these goddamn things close enough. Oh, there we go. I just gotta, there it is. Okay, I think I'm figuring this out. I think this might be the way to do it. I think this might be the way to do it. Let's see here. I really prefer to be able to do this two-handed like this, soldering iron behind, fresh solder in front, because then it's just bathed in flux, although that did not work all that well. Try it again. That time it worked well. So the challenge is to leave the heat on it long enough. Oh no, see, that's a mess. Wait, now is it? Hold on. To get enough heat on there where the solder wants to stay on the wires, but to get a big enough blob that it really encapsulates both wires so that there's some amount of strength. but then at the same time not melting the piss out of the stupid PVC insulation. I think this is okay. This is also a very low risk kind of proposition. Like if one of these fails, it's gonna fail during testing here in the house. So, and I'm gonna batch these. So I'm gonna wait to do the shrink wrap. So let me try that little method that I just sort of kind of figured out. I'm gonna put these guys together. I'm gonna use this little fella to kind of lock them in. And then I'm just going to use sort of the memory of the wires themselves to hold each other close, so to speak. And then I can bring the fresh solder in. And if I do this, I can actually do all, in theory, I can do all three of these at once. So I gotta just pull one in, that one back. Let me give you guys a close-up. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. You guys probably still aren't going to be able to see shit, but at least there's a little bit of a better chance that you can see it. Alright, so yeah, let me keep working with these, because I got to get the wires, there we go. The wires got to like want to stay next to each other. So I got to like bend it too far, and then bend the other one too far, and then hopefully they'll... Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I can do all three of these back to back. Cool. Let's see. Man, if this works, this will speed it up quite a bit, and we can maybe actually get these fully done tonight. It's taking every molecule of my being to not just bail on this and like finish this next week or whenever, but we're close. All right, nice big blob. Yes. Nice big blob. Yes, yeah. That was pretty good. Come on, big blob. Give me a big blob. Nope. That was a bad one. Come on, give me that big blob. Yes! Yes. Okay, I got it just hot enough. Oh, that middle one. Is that middle one not quite good enough? Oh no, the middle one's beautiful. Oh yeah. That one's clean. So you see why I want the big blob? I need the big blob because the exposed parts of the wires aren't, you know, they got that angle because of the insulation and because they're coming from a different spot. So yeah, that's why I keep saying big blob over and over again. I can't imagine what the audio... It just struck me that the audio version of this is going to be really strange. It's going to go from like really good PID and rate advice to like the strangest vocalization of what I'm... of a really weird project that I'm working on here. Of these JST 1.0 to 1.25 adapters. Okay. Here we go again. I only have to do this 5 more times. Fucking kill me. Please, someone come here and kill me. Okay. There's probably a much easier way of doing this that I'm just completely missing, but going wire to wire is always kind of a pain in the ass. So I don't know. Don't know. Oh, nope, nope, almost. Come on. Come on, little buddy. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. All right. Nobody breathe. Ed K says plumbing flux has acid in it. Bad Habit RC says, what webcam do you think is the best one for you? I have no idea, Bad Habit. It seems like all the webcams are kind of garbage, but they're nice and small, and I need a small camera here because, like, I got a lot of shit going on. You know, I got drawers, I got, like, the top of the tool bench. I can't have, like, a great big camera up here. So, yeah, I don't know. The webcams all seem to be pretty garbage. Scott Gillen says, Radio Shack sells tip tinner and cleaner. Wow, I'm shocked that Radio Shack is still around. I thought they went completely away. Haveboard says, I have tip tinner, which I believe doesn't have flux, which is what you want to preserve the tip. Flux will oxidize the iron if you tin the iron with regular solder before storing or something. Yeah, it's always really important to tin the tip of the iron before you shut the soldering iron off, and it's the one thing that I always forget to do. Haveboard says lead-free, removes tip oxidation, no clean compatible formulation, minimal residues, rapidly retends badly oxidized soldering tips. That's interesting. I didn't know that about lead-free solder. That's pretty cool. WordFPV says, so I'm building a race quad with a 20x20 pattern. It's my first analog going to use Crossfire. What parts do you recommend? I know you've got a list somewhere, but off the top, what do you say? WordFPV, the list is down below in the description. I mean, just Acon everything, basically, is the easiest. Acon ESC, Acon flight controller, and then VTX is kind of on you. I like the Immersion RC Tramp. It's $30 and really good quality. Camera is totally on you. I don't really know. I don't really have a favorite camera at the moment. I think maybe it's the Predator V4 Nano, but I'm really not sure. T-Bird sent me a picture on Facebook. I wonder what it's of. And I'm caught up. Oh my god, I got a shitload of messages on Facebook. If you've messaged me on Facebook, I'll get back to you. Might not be tonight. Tip tinner from Thermaltronics on Amazon. Very cool. So if you guys just search tip tinner on Amazon, looks like you'll find it. This isn't the exact one that I have, but I bet you on the inside it's the exact same thing. I guess it's just tip tinner. There you go. If you're going to get this on Amazon, do me a favor, hit CiottiFPV.com and hit my Amazon affiliate link first. And then get you some tip tinner. Thanks, T-Bird. Good find. Ruby got back to me. I don't even remember what I asked him. Blackback Law, gyro scaled, enabled from the glide. I think I already have one. I do. I think it's on the desktop of the laptop. Let me see real quick. Do I? Hey, I do. Let me just shoot this to Rugi just in case he's working on something right now. Come on. There we go. Drop files here. Alright. Look at that. I can't believe I just happened to have one sitting on the desktop. That's so weird. I don't use Blackbox all that much. But I basically use it to fix when I have a problem. Okay, cool. Back into it we go. WordFPV says, wow, this was right in my face. Oh, thanks, no worries. The easiest thing, though, is just Acon everything. Where they just, their stuff just holds up better. And it's not that much more expensive. It's a little bit more expensive, but it's well worth it. It works out of the box. It works after you smash it into the concrete 1,000 times. And yeah, it's funny, right? Like it's kind of obvious once you realize this, but like Acon doesn't spend any money on marketing. like a lot of people, I'll mention Acon, they're like, what's that? You mean Hobby Wing? Like, no. And yeah, I mean, if you don't spend any money on marketing, you've got more money to either drive around in a Ferrari or make a better product. And I can assure you that nobody in FPV is driving around in a Ferrari. One of the American like top guys of Foxeer, which is also Dal, which is also Racer Star. He does drive a big fancy Benz around, but that's about as close as we've got. And I know Tyler Brennan has a really expensive Vet, but I mean that's really kind of it. The rest of these guys are, very humble, very driving Toyota Corollas kind of thing. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. Just an interesting observation, in my opinion. Ooh, that was a good one. Come on, I hope this one's as good. Ooh, yeah. I don't think I got quite enough solder on that one. Not a big enough blob on that one. There we go. Damn, dude, this is working. This is actually working. Yeah, nice and smooth. I'm unable to get like the whole section of the stripped part of these wires to be engulfed in the blob, but I'm always able to get one nice smooth circle of blob that encapsulates both of the stripped sections of wire, and that's where the strength is really going to come from. And again, these don't technically need to be strong, I don't think, because they're just not going to get pulled on when it's in the air, and it's a tiny whoop in the air, so I mean it's like very low risk. So I want them to be strong enough not to like constantly all fall apart, but at the same time, yeah, realistically, I think these will be absolutely fine. I think this is really gonna get the job done, and hopefully there won't be too much resistance. Although even if there is a lot of resistance from the double connectors, I'll be testing two setups that both have the double connectors, so it should be totally fine. Because the goal is to just figure out which is the right motor. Well, no, I guess it could affect the testing because it might lead me to going with a bigger motor than it needs to be. But I would actually rather go too big on I would always rather go too big on the motor than too small. So that actually could be a good thing in a way. That it forces me to choose a slightly larger motor than what's required. That's a much better situation than having a motor that's too small. Basically is what I'm trying to say. Oh, this one's being a jerk. Come on, you prick. Oh yeah, this one's being a tough guy. Come on, tough guy. Bend over. Sorry. That was not intentional. Wow, the audio version of this is gonna be beautiful. If you're listening to this audio only and you just crashed your car, don't send me the bill. This one's being a pain in the ass. Just get next to your little homeboy there. Come on. Be friends. Oh, they're friends now. Oh, they are friends now. Okay, here we go. Scott Gillen says, Hacko 936 I used to take with me RC track on Sundays when I used to race 12 scale pan car, 10th scale sedan. Literally had this iron for over 20 years and it still works. Yeah, the soldering irons are pretty robust, all things considered, which is kind of nice. The one that I had previous to this Weller 1010 I'd had for a long time, but it was like really cheap. It was just like a super starter, like whatever that my dad got for me back when I wasn't really soldering. It was more just like, here's a soldering iron, like if you ever have to use it just once. There was really no reason for him to buy me something decent, and I'm glad that he didn't, because it was actually really nice to use that and then upgrade to this Weller. Something to be said for that, right? Like you always want to like buy once and be done, right? Like buy the right gear the first time. But there's actually something to be said for using shitty gear for a minute and then upgrading so that you can actually tell the difference. It was something that I would run into in motorsport a lot. Like people would, like a brand new person would be like, oh yeah, I waited 2 years to come out because I wanted to build my car so it would be ready. And they would show up with a fucking race car. Well, like, race cars are hard as shit to drive. And so then I would have a really hard time instructing them, because like basically what happens is when you build a race car, you make everything really hard. So like spring rates, for example, right? Like there's a corner coming up, and one of the ways to go faster is to be able to put the car from a straight line, no lateral G, into lateral G as fast as possible so that you're not wasting any time. You want to maximize the traction circle of the tires is basically what you're trying to do. And so one of the ways to do that is to go to a very stiff spring rate, so that when you can yank the wheel over and you can go from no lateral G to a lot of lateral G very quick. Well, when you don't know how to drive, that's really hard to do, and you end up spinning a lot. And I feel like it can be that way with a lot of things, where it's like when you're new, you don't want to have the best possible thing, because the best possible thing is specifically designed for the guys that have been doing it for a long time. In some cases, this doesn't apply. In some cases, if you can afford it, and arguably FPV is one of those cases, where like if you can afford it, you'll have a better learning experience just going all in. But I don't know, doing that robs you of the experience of dealing with garbage and then appreciating something that's good. You know what I'm saying? And like maybe that's just me being like, oh, that's how I did it, so it should be the right way. Could totally be that. But I don't know. Also, like, who wants to be the person that like, when the other pilots are like, oh, you remember how bad it was? And they're like, no, I started off with the DJI FPV drone that did everything for me. Like, you don't want to be that guy or gal. You want to be able to bitch about how bad it was, you know? I think that's about as close as I'm going to get these two. No, it's not. It's not quite there. There we go. There we go. So basically what I'm doing when you guys see me do that is like the wires are, I need the wires to be like this, but they're, you know, they're like this. So I'm having to like push this one over and then it springs back a little bit and then I push this over and it springs back a little bit, but then one springs back too far and I got to push it over and then it'll spring. And I just got to keep doing that until they're nice and close together, if that makes sense. Hopefully that does make sense because I have no fucking idea how to explain that. I've been trying to explain it this whole stream, and that's the closest I've come to actually being able to explain it. That's what I mean when I say like the memory of the wires. For the record, the soldering iron went down to standby again. Yeah, like a wire, you can like bend a wire. No. You can like bend a wire and it'll want to stay like that, right? That when I say the memory of the wire, that's what I mean. Usually you'll bend it like that and it'll spring back a little bit, but then it'll stay, right? It won't go all the way back straight. Yeah, I wonder if there's a name for that. Maybe like malleability or something like that. Remy Tim says, literal mind of a child FPV, aka CiottiFPV. Yeah, when it gets late, man, you guys just get full on stream of consciousness. Whether you like it or not. Remy Tim says, come on, tough guy, bend over. Will sound great in the audio only version. Richard says, do you happen to know what the max output is on the TBS Pro 32 HV? I have no clue. I don't know any of the TBS products, even the Crossfires that I use. It says 1,000 milliwatt plus, but I'm curious if anyone has tested this. I know that the Rush FPV does 1.6. Good lord. I find 600 milliwatts on the Tramp HVs to be totally fine, as long as there's a proper antenna and you're paying some amount of attention to how you mount your antenna and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to try one of these crazy banana powerful ones. The thing is though that isn't it like I think it's like exponential, right? So like I'm at 600 milliwatts. In order for like if I double to 1200 milliwatts, I only get like a quarter as much range or some shit like that. I think isn't it like weirdly? It's not like if you double the milliwatts, you get double the range. I think it's exponential, so you have to like basically square root it. Maybe I forget. But I do know that like once you get to 600 milliwatts, like there's not huge gains to be had going north of that. The main gains are going to be using a proper antenna that's not broken and mounting it in a way that there's somewhat line of sight between the antenna and your goggles, and then also having a good receiver with good antennas on it as well. That's what it is, FinFPV. Yeah, you have to quadruple the power to get double the range. That's it. So if you only double the power, you only get 50% more range or whatever the fuck it is. License to Drive says, old man rant mode. Bloody spoiled FPV kids. Back in my day, you had to solder separate board to get OST. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. After you flashed firmware to it, I actually did have to do that. Yep. The original Tiny Hawk did not have OSD at all. And I was very close to soldering on the minimum OSD, whatever the hell it was called. But instead, the RXSR came out, and the RXSR had so I was on XM Pluses, which didn't have telemetry, but the RXSR did have telemetry. So by hooking up the RXSR, I was able to send telemetry back to the QX7, and then I set up alarms, audible alarms on the QX7 for battery voltage and RSSI. So at that point, I didn't really need the OSD, which was my way of getting around it. And I did that because of space on what was basically a toothpick in 2017. There wasn't really space for that minimum OSD without sacrificing room for the camera. But the RXSR went in the place of the XM Plus, so I didn't have to sacrifice any space. In case, you know, you guys were wondering how nuts I actually am, yeah, that's how nuts. When you got time, when you got no money, but you got time, you can get away. You can do shit like that. Wish I hadn't. I wish I'd spent that time looking for a better job, but unfortunately, job hunting is one of the things that triggers my depression worse than kind of anything. So I gotta be really careful with job hunting because it can put me into a really dark place. Can and has. But I digress. Those two guys are almost close enough. Come on, little fella. Get up in there. There we go. Yeah, those guys are friends now. Let's befriend the middle ones. Come on. Almost. Almost. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Yep, there we go. And the third. Guys, after this one, there's only one left. What do you think of that? Who didn't think the day would ever come that this would be finished? Me, definitely me. Tools! Just tools! Like to be bound. There we go. That's the stuff. I think that is my absolute favorite Dennis Reynolds moment. If you don't know the moment that I'm talking about, you gotta watch the episode where they go back to their high school reunion. It is absolute gold. Alright, nice big blob on that first one. Ooh, second one looks really nice. Third one. Yeah. Those three look pretty good. Man, thank God I figured this method out. This is much easier than how I did that very first one last week. And the results seem to be a little bit better doing it this way too. Yeah, because I'm able to feed the solder in by doing it this method. It's, yeah, the flux is really doing a good job transferring the heat so that the solder, a nice amount of solder stays on the wire rather than chasing the tip of the iron. Oh God, dropped them both. Come on, here we go. Last one. And then amazingly, I can turn the soldering iron off, but then we gotta go all shrink wrap nuts. I could do what I think it was Brandon suggested and use liquid electric tape. But man, every time I get the liquid electric tape out, it makes such a fucking mess. I really try not to use it because it just gets everywhere. And like, I've opened it and closed it enough times where like, it's all fucking goopy. I should probably get rid of it and get another bottle. Because it is just disgusting. like the paintbrush thing that it comes with is all fucking jacked up. Like it's all half hardened and like ugh. I need to actually move this one up a little bit. This is not quite happy. Well, or yeah, that's it. It's a better bet. All right, that one's good. Work the middle one. There's a lot of extra solder on these ones. I hope that's going to be okay. I think the solder just pulled. I don't think there's actually this much exposed wire. All right, that looks pretty good. Third one. Alright. Come on. Make a little angle here with this wire and get up in there, friend. Come on. Be friends with that other wire. Okay, cool. I gotta redo that middle one. The strands are not quite close enough together. The reason why it's important when you're soldering wire to wire like this to get the strands as close together as possible and not just let the solder connect them is that solder is very soft and it has very poor mechanical properties. So like getting the strands of the wire flat onto the pad or the strands of the wire next to the strands of the other wire is really important, because if you just have like a big ass blob of solder and then a strand of wire and then another strand of wire over here, there's a really this solder is very weak, so there's a really good chance that they're gonna it's just a weak joint where if you get the strands all up on top of each other and then the blob goes around them, it's going to be a way stronger joint. For the record, though, this is absolutely not the way to connect two wires. I'll show you the proper way to connect two wires in a second. It takes a bunch of extra wire to do it properly, which is why I didn't do it here, because I didn't want the weight or the big booger of wire. The technical term. The right way to do it is to strip a bunch of wire and do this with them, because then the wire is the physical, is physically pooping on its poop. I'm doing it like this, so if they just get pulled, they're just going to pull right apart. But yeah, you want to strip extra wire, and then you want to cross them, and then you want to wrap them like that. And you actually want them to go like all the way, so that it's all the way, and then the blob of solder goes around the whole thing, and you have a somewhat strong connection. But it's big. It becomes a big, ugly connection, you know what I mean? All right, so I got to redo that first one. Not enough of the solder stuck to it. Not enough of the solder stuck to it. Oh, I think that looks pretty good. Let's see. Much better. Holy crap on a pancake. I can turn off the soldering iron. And now we just got to insulate these guys. I mean, technically, I don't really have to insulate these guys, but I will. Just shorten that up a little bit. The other problem with liquid electric tape is that it's such a pain in the ass to get off. I'm going to use shrink wrap, because the shrink wrap I can pretty easily remove. And I think this will go pretty quick, because I just have to I can do all three at a time. and then just hit it with the lighter and we'll be good to go. So yeah, let's just dive into this. I'm like, God forbid one of these connections. You know what it is? These are too short. I've chopped these wires too short, where like if I need to get back in there, it's gonna be a fucking nightmare if it has liquid electric tape all over it. But because of the fact that I cut them so short, I can't just really chop it off and do it again. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm gonna do this with shrink wrap for repeatability. I guess you could kind of. No, that doesn't make sense. Freelo just says liquid electric tape doesn't last long after opening the bottle. In my experience, yeah, it's, and like you don't really use it too often, right? Like it's a pretty it's got like very specific uses, and then you never really use it for a while. But like you gotta have it. It's actually really nice to have. It's really interesting stuff. Reminds me of Plastidip. I wonder if it is Plastidip. I'll bet it is. Alright. Cutting these guys pretty short. Because, I mean, yeah, no reason not to. The shrink wrap is also going to give a little bit of strength, which is kind of nice. The liquid electric tape I don't think would add as much strength, and the way that I've connected these wires is in a very weak way, so any little bit of extra strength that I can give it, I want to. Okay. Jesus, I'm gonna need a ton of these because there's 8 of them and there's 3 per. Good lord. Wait, let me make sure this is even big enough to go over these. It might not be. I think it was last time, but let me just make sure. Oh yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, it's actually kind of perfect. Cut this one, nubble it off here. Freela just says, even if you use it daily, it still doesn't seem to matter. Very similar to Plastidip. Yeah, especially because like even if you use it daily, it's like how much do you use at a time, right? You use like a drop at a time. It's kind of like super glue in that respect. Adam Savage was just talking on Tested the other day, not the other day, it was a couple weeks ago, about super glue and how you can buy like big vats of it, but like don't, because it's just you're never gonna use enough of it to get through the goddamn big vat, and that's actually why when I buy super glue, I buy it from the goddamn grocery store so I can get it in. See, this is I don't even like this. This is too big. I really like to get it in. Oh man, I don't even have any of them left. They sell like a travel size of super glue that's in like a tiny little container that's like just this big, and it's great because I still don't even get through that. But yeah, it's funny. He also mentioned how like, well, here, let me ask you guys this: do you guys know per volume what? I don't know if it's the most expensive, but one of the most expensive liquids is in the world per volume, right? So like per gallon, what's one of the most expensive liquids in the world that you can find in the supermarket? I'll give you that clue. Somebody will know it. It's not like that secret of a trivia question. And there's a bunch of old folks in this stream, so I know you old bastards will get it. Was that offensive? ISO? No, not even close. Good guess though. Coconut milk? Nope. Oh God. Daniel Maurer coming out guns ablaze. Jesus. It is not in catalytic converter. It's a liquid, Riot 9. It's a liquid. There's no liquid in catalytic converters. There's just platinum. Wow, I thought it was a little bit better of a known. I thought it was a more well-known fact. Banaka, believe it or not. Banaka, per volume, is hideously expensive because they only put like fucking 2 drops of it into the little goddamn, vials or whatever the hell, the spray things. Yeah, Banaka, look it up. I'm pretty sure it's like, pretty sure if you look it up, there'll be something on the internet talking about it. I have no idea where I heard that, but it makes sense, you know? Hopefully it's true. I don't care if it's not true. I'm gonna keep telling people. So keep spreading that lie around if it's not true. Alright, so I've got a bunch. I don't think I have enough. Did anybody get it? Nobody got it? The fuck is that? Jackalope. It's, look it up. Look it up. Scorpion venom is $39 million per gallon. Is not number 1. So, yeah, there's no scorpion venom in most supermarkets, though. Jackalope says, the fuck is that? It's great. Go-Kart Mozart says, just use your Amazon to get link to get about $100 worth of crap. Was just going to get a new flux pen and tip tinner, but then the cart kept growing. Yeah, I know. Fucking Amazon, man. Amazon's like Target in that way. FinFPV says Fiji water. Thanks, Go-Kart, man. That's super cool of you to remember. So wait, scorpion venom is the most expensive liquid in the world. Very cool. Here's why it costs $39 million per gallon. My God. That is crazy. Scorpion venom, my God. I'm assuming that's used in, like, crazy Western medicine. There's a lot of stuff that gets used in Western medicine that the value is like absolutely outrageous. A lot of stuff that's really damaging to the oceans too. Like shark fins. Shark fins are yeah, it's real bad. But it's there's some culture surrounding them, and they're like a, not homeopathic, but you know what I mean, kind of cure. And they're also it's also some kind of like a weird status thing to have shark fin soup, I think it is. I don't know. It's nutty. The world is a very weird place. I just need to shorten that one up. It was a little schlong. Because I'm trying to make sure that I get some of this shrink wrap around the insulation, so that, because the rubberiness of the shrink wrap, when you melt it to the insulation, it sticks really well. To make sure that these little guys don't pop off. That's one of the little tricks when you solder wire to wire like this, is when you put this shrink wrap on, to get as much of it as you can, not to just shrink wrap the metal, to get it up onto the silicone. And I'm having a hell of a time getting it on this one though. mainly because of the awkward ass angle here. But I will prevail. Actually, it's kind of there. Oh, I got it a little bit better though. Oh, a little bit better. Also, when you shrink these up, sometimes they'll jump off. So you want to really get it on here good. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. Yo, this is crazy. This is ridiculous. I can't believe I'm doing this. But I mean, I'm in it, so. And I'm going to use the lighter rather than the torch just to be a little bit more gentle with the heat. There we go. 2 down, 6 to go. Here's the 2 finished ones. Back in. Jesus. Oh boy. What a project. This stream will go down in history as the dumbest project in FPV. But the most the most stubborn person in the world. The most dedicated. That's the good word to use. Yes. Being kind to myself. Dedication, that's what this is, not stupidity. Don't at me, as the cool kids say. Hey, look at that. That one went really well. Alright. Yo, I'm gonna fucking scream at the top of my lungs when this is done. Fair warning. Headphone users beware. Full celebration coming. Eventually.
諦めんだよ。諦めんなお前。どうしてそこでやめるんだそこで。もう少し頑張ってみろよ。ダメ諦めたら。周りのことを思うよ。応援してる人たちのことを思ってみろって。あともうちょっとのところなんだから。俺だってこのマイナス10度のところ、しじみが取れるって頑張ってんだよ。絶対やってみろ。必ず目標達成できる。だからこそ、ネバギブアップ。
Never. Never, 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 never. It's not how we do it around here. Unacceptable. God damn it. Come on, man. This one's being a jerk. Come on, man. Get up in there, please. Just get a little bit more contact with this stupid PVC bullshit. Wire insulation. Did anybody potentially correct me on that? Is the non-silicone insulation really PVC? It's PVC, right? That's the shitty plastic insulation. Pretty sure it is. Four down. You'll never jam the clamp. I'm gonna sell these. So anybody that wants to do their own motor testing, I'm gonna be selling these when I'm done with them for only $100 per. So let me know. And that's a goddamn bargain because look how long it took me to do this, and I try to charge at least $50 an hour. So I mean, come on, bargain bin. This is only basically like $25 an hour, and you know, cost of materials is free of charge, since the cost of materials is nothing in this case. I'm gonna make $100 a month tier on Patreon, and the perk is once a month you get one of these. Oh fuck! I should have made an extra one. Can I make an extra? No, I can't. I'm not making an extra one. I should make an extra one and fucking auction it off. Well, although it doesn't make. Well, I don't know. Well, it might be a fun. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not popular enough to. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm fucking delirious from doing this. Not to mention, I'm just not willing to make an extra one. It's just not going to happen. WordFPV says, how do I know the amp rating to buy? What are you talking about? Amp rating on what, WordFPV? Oh, ESCs? On a 5-inch rig, you really don't need more than 35 amps. If you go more than 35 amps, it's just like extra coverage. I run 35 amps on all my shit, and it's fine. The higher the amp rating, the more leeway. But I mean, really, like, the amp ratings have gotten absolutely out of control on ESCs, and there's just no reason to have these, like, 55 and 65 and 70 amp ESCs. Like, that's just asinine. Especially when they don't break from too many amps. They break from smashing into concrete at 1,000 miles an hour. And the amp rating is not gonna help with 100 G, more than that, like 200-300 Gs being generated when these things bash into hard objects at 80 miles an hour. So yeah, it's the amp rating war is kind of silly. Christ, Ryan Harrow runs 25 amps on all of his 25 amp ESCs on all of his 5-inch rigs. He doesn't crash really hard though. Something that does happen in crashes is there is like a back spike that goes into the ESC, and that's why it's important to have a capacitor. But yeah, I mean, like, I crash a lot, and 35 amps have been absolutely fine. So kind of nutty. That being said, on the high speed rig that does pull a lot of amps, I do have a 55 amp ESC, but if there would have been a 45 amp ESC available, I would have only gotten that one. But that's a crazy rig that has 2507 motors, and with the big battery weighs like almost a kilogram. So that's a totally different story. For normal rigs, and for micros, you really don't need more than 20 amps. Most of my micros are on 20 to 25 amp ESCs. Yeah, the ESCs just don't. They don't. Most things on our rigs don't blow up from being under-spec'd. They blow up from us abusing the shit out of them, right? Like, they're electronics. Electronics are not really well suited to be smashed into stuff over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And eventually they let go. So yeah, 35 amps is really plenty, all things considered. Let me just nip the tip of this little guy off of here. You know what I mean? Just nip the tip. A little snip, snip. Come on. Don't make me take the shrink wrap off, please. I'll take the goddamn shrink wrap off. Oh wow, now I can't get the shrink wrap off. Not even shrunk on there. Yeah, fuck it, it's fine. It's fine. Move on. Moving on. Ooh, I need a long one for this. That's what... Oh yeah, it's perfect. Nip the tip on that one. right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, there is only one left after this. Oh my God. It's about to happen. It's about to go down. I nip this one too. Alright. I might as well shorten this one up as well. How long? Alright, here we go. Last time I need to put one onto the yellow wire. Of course it's gonna fight me. Why wouldn't it fight me? Make it worth my while. Make it one last little fight so I can defeat you, you piece of bastard. Oh, what's the matter? You don't want to fight? Red wire? Okay. That's fine. How about black wire? You want to be a jerk? Nope. You're gonna be cool? Alright. Last little shrink thon. Look at this face. I hope it doesn't start bleeding again. Oh, it's gonna. Oh, I accidentally pulled it. Oh God, it's so stuck. Alright, hopefully that doesn't. Look at 16. I turned 40 in like 3 days and I'm accidentally getting. I'm A, getting pimples on my fucking face, which is something I've never really had an issue with. B, accidentally picking them and bleeding. Soldering iron is off. Wow, man. 3 hours and 57 minutes. I did bullshit for about an entire hour, though, so it really didn't take that long. License to Drive dropping a link to how he solders 2 wires together. I don't have it in me to click any links right now. I'm just exhausted. Alpha Sloth says, I have 110 amp ESC, but that's on a homemade fan boat spinning a 13-inch prop. Richard says, is that why rigs catch fire? Typically, rigs catch fire because of physical damage. During the physical damage event or whatever, wires come off or just, yeah, things touched or like break, or like if the carbon fiber base plate breaks, it can put a bunch of strands of conductive carbon fiber up into the ESC. Yeah, rigs typically catch fire because of physical damage. Frank Nicholas says a capacitor on the battery does not help with the back spike. Capacitor is one way. Power into the capacitor is only from the battery. Okay, I did not know that. I've always heard people say that the capacitors are important for the back spikes. Interesting. Word FPV says, so a race quad running 2207s, the 35 amp Acon will be just fine. Thanks, just save me some money. Race quads, you know, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know anything about race quads. The amp war is coming from the race scene. So maybe with a race quad you do want to go with a higher amperage. I just always talk freestyle because I have no interest in knowledge about racing. So yeah, I was giving you that from a freestyle perspective. You would want to talk to somebody that races about proper amp ratings for a race rig to get the real skinny. But on a freestyle rig, 35 amps all day. Frank Nicholas says, better said the capacitor is full from the battery. A back spike will not be helped by the capacitor. That makes sense. Word FPV says, any luck getting with Pyrodrone? Nope, but I will message him for the 9th or 10th time. Richard says, sticker idea, bucket of nuts. Come on. There we go. Sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So this will be the 11th. Bump. There we go. I'm gonna have to make that decision later. It's from message from somebody else. Mark as unread. Okay, cool. All right, boys and girls. I'm just gonna chop it there. I'm fucking shot. My brain is just absolutely roasted from doing this, because I did have to like somewhat focus on everything being like infinitely small. Yeah, I'm not bound up to any of these. I'm gonna have to like bind these things. Hold on. Hold on, please. Hold on. Hold on, please. Let me just do something here. Hold on, please. Stand by. I do have the hardware right here. Hold on, let's see. Let's see if this could potentially be very, very, very satisfying, and it doesn't have to be pretty. Let me take one of these and maybe like that. Maybe like this. Hold that. Come on. Come on. There we go. Hold that. Okay, in theory that's now in bind mode. And then take this. MotoRef, tomorrow's gonna be a bunch of random stuff. I maybe even some more work on the on the $200 patron giveaway rig. So we just go here, bind, red flashing. I don't know if red flashing is a good thing or a bad thing. Tap the button, take it out of bind mode. Oh, no, that's bind mode. That's right. It's, you don't hold the button when you turn it on. You hit it. You hold it once it's already powered on, I think. No, or not. Take it out of bind mode. Plug it in, see if it goes greenish. Slow flashing red. And then hold button. Fast flashing red. Let's see if that's maybe bind mode. Aww. Aww. I don't think that's bind mode. Holding the bind button down. Got like 3 more seconds worth of patience for this. I thought that I have these frames with the motors already bolted down. I thought like, if I can get it bound, I can just real quick like screw it down and at least do like a line of sight hover to make sure that these goddamn adapters work. Which, I mean, obviously they'll work. Maybe I'm supposed to be in D... Oh, but the problem is going to be nobody's probably going to be on D8 mode. Or TAER. I'm the only mutant on TAER. So that's fast flashing. Is it maybe supposed to be D16? Oh, I guess it is, because now it went to slow flashing. So now I bet you it's bound. Why the hell is it D16? That's weird. And now it's green. Interesting. Why is it D16? The other one was D8. Alright. Well, in that case, where's the USB? There it is. Hold on. North Carolina to Cincinnati, FPV trucker says. Nice, dude. That's cool. Man, this fucker got hot in a hurry. Holy hell. Hold on, I can really quickly put it into TAER mode. Connect. And receiver. Yeah, of course it's in AETR. I'm the only mutant. Save. And check modes. ARM, aux1. Off, off. It's fine. Save. The motor's going to be spinning the wrong directions. Yeah, we're going to do this either over the weekend or maybe next week on Whoop Wednesday. But just so what you're saying is there's a chance. There is a chance that magically all the motors will spin the right direction. And, you know, if there's a chance, we should just give it a quick try. So we're just going to thread this through here. We're going to just thread that through there. We're going to thread this through here. And we're going to just poop this guy on here. Poopity poop 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 poop. Alright. Poppity pop 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 pop. Alright, we'll just throw that in there. And then we're going to take our goddamn impossible for... This is also my way of making sure that I didn't use the wrong connectors. Although I did check it. I do remember that I did make it a point to check these goddamn things before I went and made 7 more on last week's stream. So I'm going to be super gentle. Use my little tweezers to get that plugged in there. Okay. That guy's looking good. Let's take another one. And okay. Man, it is a lot more crowded than I thought up in here with these things, but whatever. That is fine. Poppity pop, 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 pop. Come on. Get up in there. Get in there, little fella. There we go. Alright, that's 2 of them. Yeah, here's 3. God, everything's in the way. Ooh, yeah. That is good right there. Okay. Here's number 3. Who does number 3 work for? It looks like I would have been better off putting the this one connector on the other way, but whatever, it's fine. These are not permanent. But if I ever had to do this again, I would actually rotate this one connector around. But if I ever have to do this again, fucking kill me. Do me the favor and just tell me not to. Okay. Here we go. Last one here. Very careful not to bend the pins, because so help me God, if at the end of all this I jack up one of these AIOs, I'm gonna lose it. Come on, get on there. Yeah, there we go. Come on, JST 1.0. There we go. Alright, so now I can take the motor plugs and plug them into the adapter. How mad are you guys going to be when the motors don't spin the right direction and I just completely fall? I'm starving too, for the record. How angry are you guys going to be when the motors don't spin the right direction? I refuse to fix it before test hovering this. Not very angry? Okay, good. Because there's a snowball's chance in hell that all 4 of these are going to be spinning the right direction, the correct direction. And man, I just don't think I have it in me to fucking deal with that. Because I'll have to get into like BL Heli. I might even need to go into JESC. I don't think that's happening. Maybe. But the hunger, man, the hunger. It's real. Yeah, so I'm definitely not going to use these in the finished version, because these are like blocking a bunch of the thrust because of all this crazy wiring and extra plastic and nonsense. But that's fine. That was not the plan. The plan was that these are just for testing. Oh yeah, and actually, you know, I can just kind of put them in between. Oh yeah, no, these are actually kind of fine, but I'm still not going to use them long term because it's just too many connectors. Connectors on connectors on connectors on connectors. I'm not even going to put the goddamn canopy on it. I'm just going to screw this down. Yeah, I might as well. Nubiadrin makes it nice and easy with this little plug. I really like this little setup here. Wee little plug, but it totally works. Doesn't take up a lot of space on the board. Plugs in nice and easily, and that's it. So the front one does not mount to the canopy, so the front one just gets a straight up screw. Wish that was the case when I sat in the front of the bus in high school. Hey-oh! And all right. All right. Wait. We'll do it right. Put this through the thing. Okay, man, what a marathon of pain. Okay, yeah, one back here. And Look at that. It looks like a tiny whoop again. Oh boy. I swear to fuck if this thing blows up when I plug it in, I'm gonna scream. Of course it doesn't arm. Why would it arm? Oh, you goddamn tiny whoop, you. Get into beta flight again. God damn it. What the hell's going on? Oh, I can't believe I'm plugging it back into beta flight. You guys better appreciate this. Alright, modes. Okay, receiver's not connecting. It is green though. And I mean, this was being flown by someone. Is the transmitter not on? No, it's on. Let me see if it goes not green when I turn the transmitter off. Yep. What the shit? I mean, I assume it was working when whoever sent it to me, either Matthew or Frank Nicholas. I don't know why I would need to change the port, because it should have been working. I'll give it a shot. Nope, not a port problem. Oh, it went. Oh, right. I hope this doesn't brick it. Let me plug in the other V1 Betaflight board to see what the port is set to. Well, just for the sake of weird shit happening all the time in this hobby. Now we're good. Let me see. Oh god, I got a little battery on here. Alright. Let's see what this V1 is set to. Yeah, okay. It's set like that. Disable. Config. S-bus. Yeah. Tear. D16 beta whoop. Flight modes. Outputs are all looking good. D16. No pulses. Bueller? What? 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 Yeah, I don't have the patience for this right now. I'm gonna figure this out next week. because I don't know what else could be the problem at the moment. I just can't think through the issue. I'm sure it's something stupid because receivers, this is a perfect example of like a stupid ass problem that tonight at 1 a.m. I'll think of the answer of. But yeah, at the moment I'm burnt. Thanks for hanging out, people. Inverted S-bus or wrong protocol. Yeah, I mean it shouldn't be because it was running. Yeah, I can't. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm too hungry. Thanks for hanging out. There's a suspenseful end of the stream. I should do that anyway. I should leave suspense, right, so that you guys will come back. Thanks for hanging out. CiottiFPV.com has a million ways you can support me, all of which I super appreciate. Here comes a little bit of flying, and a little bit of a soundtrack. See you guys tomorrow when we'll do a bunch of stuff. Tomorrow will be good. We'll have another good stream tomorrow. See ya then.